on Tuesday, September 22nd, 2020 at 7:30 p.m. via teleconference. Prayer will be offered by City Clerk Susan Lovering, and Alderman at Large Mike O'Brien will lead us in the pledge to the flag.
Almighty God, we have the high honor and the serious duty to manage the affairs of our beloved city. Fill us, O God, with a spirit of unity and understanding, which enables us to face our multiple problems with a serene mind, with justice and charity for all, so that any and all decisions made by us will always be for the betterment and greater happiness of all our fellow citizens. So help us God. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
To the
for which
republic
it
for
stands,
which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under God,
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty
with
and
liberty
justice for all.
and justice for all.
As president of the Board of Aldermen, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with the governor's emergency order number 12 pursuant to Executive Order 2020-4, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. Please note that there is no physical location to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting, which was authorized pursuant to the governor's emergency order. However, in accordance with the order, I am confirming that we are A, providing public access to the meeting by telephone, with additional access possibilities by video or other electronic means. To access Zoom, please refer to the agenda or the city's website for the meeting link. To join by phone, dial 1-929-205-6099. The meeting ID is 843-4793. 9789. The passcode is 794985. The public may also view the meeting via channel 16. B, providing public notice of the necessary information for accessing the meeting. We previously gave notice to the public of the necessary information for accessing the meeting through public postings. Instructions have also been provided on the City of Nashua's website at nashuanh.gov and publicly noticed at City Hall and the National Public Library. C, providing a mechanism for the public to alert the public body during the meeting if there are problems with access. If anyone has a problem accessing the meeting via phone or channel 16, please call 603-821-2049 and they will help you connect. D, we will adjourn the meeting if the public is unable to access the meeting. In the event that the public is unable to access the meeting via the methods mentioned above, the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Let's start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien.
I am present. I can hear the proceedings and I am alone.
Alderman Clee.
I am present. I can hear the proceedings. I am alone and I'm home due to safe distancing.
Alderwoman Kelly.
I'm here, I'm alone, and I am attending remotely due to the governor's order.
Alderman Dowd.
Yes, I can hear everyone. I am here alone and I'm practicing social distancing in accordance with the governor's orders.
Alderman Karen.
Yes, I am here. I am alone. I can hear everyone, and I am practicing social distancing.
Alderman Clemmons.
I can hear everyone and I'm here at my home alone.
Alderman Lopez.
I can hear everyone and see everybody. I am with all of you, but there's nobody in the room with me. And City Hall's closed, so we wouldn't be able to meet there anyway.
Alderman Tenza.
I'm present. I can hear everyone and I am alone.
Alderwoman Lou.
Present. I can hear everyone and I'm alone.
Alderman Jettie.
I'm here. I can hear you. And I'm staying safer at home with my wife.
Alderman Schmidt.
I am present and I am alone in the room.
Alderman Laws,
I'm here, I can hear you, and I am alone.
Alderman Cleaver,
I'm here and I'm practicing social distancing. My daughter is with me.
Alderman Harriet Gathright,
I'm present. I am in this room alone. I am practicing social distancing and I can hear you.
Alderman Wilshire,
I'm here, I am alone, and I am practicing social distancing. Also with us this evening is, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. I didn't mean to interrupt.
being in attendance.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Also in attendance this evening is Mayor Donches and Corporation Counsel Steve Bolton. Does the mayor wish to address the board this evening?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Of course, we have a number of items on tonight's agenda. I'm going to mention a few of them, which I think are definitely important. But before I get to that, I want to report to you regarding the coronavirus. As you know, I tested positive, but fortunately I had not a serious case. And I went through 10 days of isolation, am now recovered, and so am back to sort of regular COVID life. But as part of the developments with COVID, 6 people, including myself in City Hall, contracted cases. They are varying degrees of severity. A couple people have recovered, but others are still working on that. So as a result of that outbreak, working with public health, Bobby Bagley, Director of Public Health, and our other medical professionals, we decided that the best thing to do to prevent any further spread within City Hall or to members of the public was to close City Hall again as we did back in March. And that will take place for 2 weeks. It's like a 2-week quarantine period for everyone who works in City Hall. People will continue to work remotely, mostly, although we do have some people in City Hall, such as automobile registration people, who are handling automobile registration via mail, via email, and via a delivery service at the back of City Hall. I visited there today. People are wearing their masks, are socially distanced. We're trying to make sure that there's no further outbreak, no further spread of the disease, but those were steps we thought we needed to take in the interest of safety of the public and, of course, of our employees. On the agenda tonight are a few items that as I said, I would mention, Madam President. First, we have one resolution that would apply $4.5 million of surplus to the tax rate. That will help us. This is what we projected at the beginning of the year. And this will help us keep the tax rate to the lowest we possibly can get it. This is consistent with the amount of surplus that we have applied to the tax rate in prior years. I wanted to mention, Madam President, the escrows, which were reviewed by the Budget Committee last night. The escrows are a process that we have gone through for decades. What we do is we generate surplus in 2 ways. First of all, revenue which exceeds the budget estimates. 4.5 million of that, as I said, is being applied to the tax rate. The other way that surplus is generated is we work throughout the various departments, work throughout the year to save money and not spend everything that's appropriated. And as a result, we have money that is left over at the end of the year. And in the so-called escrow process, that is reappropriated to various needs that the city has. Again, this is money that we've already collected from taxpayers, which is being redirected. The biggest items are really deposits into reserve accounts of various nature. The biggest being nearly half the money would be directed to the Capital Equipment Reserve Fund, which is the fund from which we buy equipment. As you will recall, Madam President and members of the Budget Committee and the whole board, We didn't budget much for equipment for the capital equipment reserve fund during the regular budget. And over some years now, we've been using money saved, these so-called escrows, to deposit into that reserve account. We've also got money going into the reserve accounts for city buildings, for other uses that we could detail. Now, and there was one amendment recommended by the committee, which I expect that you will adopt and pass. The issue came up last night, Madam President, of, well, why was this considered by the committee one night before the final vote? And of course, that's something we wanted to think about. And we looked into what we've done in prior years. And what we found is that in prior years, we have been able to make the escrow proposals one meeting before we did this year, one aldermanic meeting. And this year, things were slower, mostly, well, really because of COVID-19. In order to figure out what your surplus is, you need to have all of the bills that are provided by the vendors at the end of the year, the last month or so, come to the city and then paid, and then all those bills reconciled so that you can come up with the final tally as to how much money is left over. Now, sometimes the city does not receive, we're on an accrual basis we're on an accrual basis here. So sometimes the city does not receive bills that that were incurred in, say, in June until late July or even early August. Then those have to be paid, and then and then a reconciliation has to be done by the financial department. This year, some of the bills came in more slowly. It was more difficult because people were working remotely. So we were one meeting slower, but I can guarantee you that at least in the mayor's office, as soon as we got the number, we proposed the escrows as soon as we could. Now, you, Madam President, suggested that we should do it earlier next year if we can. And certainly this having happened, we will be glad to try to target the meeting in August rather than the meeting in September to get this done. But this year we were significantly impacted by COVID. Now, people on the budget committee ask, well, could we have more time to consider this list of escrows? Usually we need to have the accounting done, the audit done by the end of the year, by December 31st, and a so-called CAFR prepared. That's a financial report. We could wait another 2 weeks if you think that's really necessary. I mean, it will make life more difficult for the accountants. It's not ideal, but given the impact of COVID, if you feel, the majority of the board feel you want to wait 2 weeks, it wouldn't be it would cause a few problems, but would not be a disaster of any kind. So if you decide you want to wait 2 weeks, that would be all right under all these circumstances. Again, we will keep this in mind next year and try to make sure that we get it to you in August, one meeting earlier than we did this time. But again, really COVID was what caused us the delay. And I'm available to answer any questions regarding the escrows, and Mr. Griffin is on here as well if people have them. We talked through some of the issues with the budget committee last night. Of course, we have the mask ordinance, Madam President. I know that will engender a lot of discussion, but I think it has helped protect us, the community, the public, members, all of our families, our friends, our neighbors, from the spread of the virus. Nashua has had relatively few cases, 900, but significantly less than the cities of similar size around us, Manchester, Lowell, Lawrence. In part, I'm sure there are other factors, but that we have been quite careful about the public safety steps that we've taken. Also, Madam President, I wanted to mention the request for the transfer to fund a right to know coordinator. Now, this is going to take a little discussion because there's some detail here, and people have asked some questions, which I think we need to answer. Just for members of the public, the right to know law says that anytime a citizen requests any document or any number of documents, the city must respond and produce those documents with certain limited exceptions. No matter how large the volume, no matter how many requests are received, no matter how many employees are working part-time or half-time, or no matter how many hundreds of thousands of dollars it is taking for the city to respond to these requests. So about 2 years ago, we began receiving a deluge of right-to-know requests regarding first assessing, then other departments. Back in the summer of 2019, I believe, early summer, we had already produced 34,000 documents in response to hundreds of right-to-know requests. And at that point, the legal department got involved because we didn't want people just working full-time on right-to-know requests. There is other work to do in City Hall, believe it or not. And I know you know that very well. So the legal department began to handle them. And since that time, there have been hundreds more right-to-know requests. We estimate, and we've got 2 employees here on the meeting tonight, but we estimate that we know that there are 4 employees who are spending about half their time for the last 2 years on right-to-know requests from 1 or 2 individuals. And if you count up what the staff time and the benefits are, that's around $200,000 a year. Now, that doesn't count the Attorney Bolton and Administrative Services Director Kleiner and others who spend significant time, but not a half time. And they are, frankly, and you can hear from 2 of them, and we've got, I believe, Manuela Perry from the legal department and Karina Ocha from Administrative Services on the call, who can tell you a little about what they've gone through. But they need some relief. People are getting burned out from just working on right-to-know requests so much. So we need a right-to-know coordinator to help do all this work. Now, the question I think we need to answer is, well, why don't the departments just go ahead and answer these things? Well, the first answer, which was some time ago when the legal department was involved, was that the volume was so great, and we basically get at least one every day on average, and one communication can include many requests, which can request hundreds of documents. So, and sometimes there will be a period of 3 days, and there'll be many right-to-know requests coming in all at the same time. So the first answer was, well, we can't have people just working full time on right-to-know requests, because that could definitely happen under these circumstances. But the other answer is that there have been, this is, I don't think, well understood, many legal complaints brought regarding the city, against the city and its employees. For example, there have been criminal complaints lodged against the volunteer members of the Board of Assessors. Criminal complaints against those volunteers. Criminal complaint against city employees in the assessing department. A multi-count litigation against the city regarding right-to-know, what are alleged to be right-to-know violations. Kind of cherry picking out of these many hundreds and thousands of documents, 5, 10 different instances when a lawyer can sort of allege that there was some kind of technical violation. And there are numerous complaints that have been lodged against city employees in the assessing department and elsewhere, in agencies in Concord, against these employees seeking significant discipline against those employees. So we need to retain some degree of confidentiality there, so I won't get into that in any more depth. But The point being that anytime, if an employee just responds, but somehow makes an error because they're not a lawyer, because and I'll give you an example. They're not a lawyer, they're not, schooled in all this, the law behind the right to know, the case law, and exactly what's permissible and what's not. If anyone slips up, or at least arguably a little bit, let's say they do it right 99 times, but the 100th time there's some little error, they get sued. And the lawsuit that's pending against the city requests legal fees, which purportedly already are $100,000. So they're seeking money damages against the taxpayers of the city of Nashville. Now, let me give you the example of the kind of case that I'm talking about, the kind of claim. This is just one of many claims. So a right to know, after a criminal complaint was filed against one of the assessors, which turned out, of course, to be groundless, police department, though, did a full investigation, interviewed everybody, spent a lot of time on this criminal investigation. At the end of that, when it was all over and no charges, of course, were brought, there was a right to know request made to the police department for the, quote, investigatory file. Now, the police department, that's a common term at the PD. Police, investigatory file. They do a lot of investigations. They have a meaning for investigatory file, and what that includes is all the documents that they have accumulated, as well as written reports regarding all of the interviews that they have conducted. As soon as when the right to know was a request for all those documents for this related to this criminal complaint, which was found to be, not to have any, to be groundless, the right to know request was made. The PD, okay, they want the investigatory file. They assembled the investigatory file and they produced it. What's the problem? Well, when the plaintiff says, when I said investigatory file, I meant the tapes of the interview. Well, the police department says, well, we don't include when we use that term and we produce these investigatory files, we don't include the tapes because we don't transcribe them. That takes too much time, too much money and time. So we don't normally transcribe them. Well, I meant that the tape should be included. Okay. Well, in order to produce the tapes, because there could be personnel information, because this was against a city employee, this criminal complaint. So, and it had to do with workplace conduct. So, at least alleged workplace conduct. So, they needed to transcribe the tape in order to produce them and make sure that they could redact what needed to be redacted. So the PD and the legal department say, okay, we'll transcribe the tapes at the city's expense, of course, and produce them. And we'll give you a transcript and the tape. So they agree to produce that, but wasn't done soon enough, wasn't done immediately. So there's a lawsuit. That is a lawsuit, believe it. That's one of many claims in the lawsuit against the city, many similar claims. So the point being here, it's not so simple that, oh, well, why doesn't the department just produce the document? Because if it might be 1,000 documents, it might be 100 different requests. And if anyone makes a mistake, there's a lawsuit, or arguably a mistake, like this thing with the PD. That's why we need the right to know coordinator, and that's why the legal department needs to be involved. Now, I've spent a little time on this because I know, you've had some questions, but we've had multiple, as I say, 4 people working half-time on these requests for 2 years, a couple $100,000 a year. This has probably cost the city $400,000 so far. not even counting the cost of all the litigation and all that, not counting what the PD is doing with the investigations and with the transcribing. It doesn't even count all of that. So I think we need this right to know coordinator to help us relieve these people from the duties to track all this, to help with all the redacting, because given that we've been in this for 2 years, we can expect that we will continue to get right to know requests on nearly a daily basis. Finally, Madam President, I would like next meeting, and we've discussed this, you and I, to recognize the wonderful people who put together the lighted kayak events this past Saturday and a few weeks before that. A very beautiful event, which is highlighting the beauty of our river. This is exactly what we were looking for when we initiated the Riverfront Master Plan, which we're just about really to begin implementation on. We think that this can be a great asset for the community, for the downtown, for the city as a whole. And this is the kind of spontaneous activity that I think should make us all feel good and proud of the city and its citizens. So we'll have a resolution prepared for the next meeting, and we'll name the individuals who are involved and ask them to come to the meeting and I think the president has said that that's a good idea. In any event, Madam President, that concludes my remarks, but I will be available for questions. And if you wish, I could introduce, when the time comes, Karina and Manuela.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that. Response to remarks of the mayor. Anyone have any response? I'm sorry, I have a lot of people on here, so I've got to do a thorough job of looking. Okay, seeing none. Recognition period.
I'm sorry, Madam President. I was slow to react. Thank you. Thank you. Mayor Don just mentioned the escrows, and I'm wondering if I should respond to that now or wait until we are dealing with it. The escrows.
If you want to respond to the mayor's remarks, you may. Otherwise, you can wait until we take it up.
Okay. I just wanted to respond to, was a little bit confused. I understand this is a big job and it's been slower. It's been more difficult because of the constraints we're under. But my understanding of an accrual system is that we can predict our expenditures because we're accruing them as we go along. And for me, that explanation didn't really explain to me why this has been somewhat short time frame to make this decision on these its. I understand, though, that in the past it's been more of a procedural thing where it's presented and it's done fairly quickly. But I just don't understand the difficulty with accrual. If we were cash accounting, I'm sure. I just thought that Director Griffin was comfortable. I'm sorry, my point is that the accruals are done every year, so I'm not sure what took it so long this year.
Well,
sorry for talking on and on.
As I said, it took only a few weeks longer this time than it has in previous years. So I think you underestimate, and John Griffin, the CFO, can address this, or Kim Klein, or the others that are involved. But this is a $280 million budget. School department, a lot of independent departments, they're making independent orders, school department, police department, fire department, public works. As you see from the escrows, there are hundreds of checks written every week. And all of that has to be reconciled at the end of the year. I mean, this is not like, just this little QuickBooks thing or something like that. So I think you need to talk to these people and understand the complexity of the job, and the idea that this can just be done, the day after the year is over, I think is a delusion. This takes a while. There's a lot of work. There's a lot of people involved. And yes, in prior years, we have been able to produce it. They have been able to produce it a few weeks earlier. This time it took a little longer. This is the first time we've been through a COVID pandemic. There was a lot of stuff going on. If we're still in the pandemic, next year we'll try to get it a few weeks earlier, as I said. And if you think it's necessary to delay this, you can.
You all set, Alderman Loop?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Anyone else? Response to the remarks of the mayor? Alderman Kelly, Alderwoman Kelly. We can't hear you, Alderman Kelly. No, can't hear you. Okay, anyone else have any response to the remarks of the mayor? Alderwoman Kelly, so you're trying to connect to the audio. We'd like to have you present for the meeting, so we'll give you a minute. Are you connected yet, do you think? Now you're on mute. Unmute. Can't hear you. Do you want to call in? Okay.
Oh, that's smart. I'm gonna try.
I can hear you now.
But you'll be able to hear everybody.
Are you all set, Alderman Kelly? Alderman Lopez.
I just wanted to point out that this is Deaf Awareness Week, so I think we all just got a little bit of a taste of what people are going through. So in all seriousness, it would be nice if we had a deaf translator or something like that in future meetings when we're doing these visually things. But yeah, it was a good solidarity moment we just had about the frustration people experience trying to speak and be heard, and also trying to understand what people are saying.
Thank you, Alderman Lopez.
What's
Alderman
going
Kelly.
City. Hello.
I can hear you now, Alderwoman Kelly.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, thank you. Is it too late to respond?
No, I recognized you. Go ahead.
Thank you for bearing with me. I have no idea. I could hear everybody and then I could not respond. I just wanted to say thank you for the mayor for looking into what the procedure has been in the past and willing to work towards giving us more time in the future for the escrows.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none? Recognition period.
There is none.
Reading minutes of previous meetings. There being no objection, I'll declare the minutes of the Board of Aldermen meeting of September 9, 2020 accepted, placed on file, and the reading suspended. Communications requiring only procedural actions and written reports from liaisons.
Communications been received from Mayor James Donchis regarding Master Plan Committee designees. From Linda McGee, Deputy Planning Manager, regarding referrals from the Board of Aldermen, proposed R19-183 to establish a committee to draft a master plan, and proposed R2059 authorizing the sale of city real property located at 141 to 143 Burke Street, map 11, lot 158, to Burke Street, Nashua LLC, and from Donna Graham, Legislative Affairs Manager, regarding communications received from the public.
There being no objection, I'll accept the communications and place them on file. Communications requiring final approval.
There are none.
Petitions,
There are none.
nominations, appointments, and elections.
President Wilshire, can you hear me?
Alderman Karen.
Hello?
Alderman Karen, I can hear you.
This is actually Lori Ortolano. What, you skipped public comment for items to be acted on. Is that intentional?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I did not intentionally skip that.
Okay.
Sorry, I'll go
I'm
back
just
to
calling
that.
it out. Okay, thank you.
My apologies. Period for public comment relative to items expected to be acted upon this evening. Is there anyone that wishes to address the board?
I do. I thought somebody else might dive in, but this is Lori Ortolano at 41 Berkeley Street.
Okay.
You know, I just want to speak briefly to the comments by the mayor. Pretty disappointing to hear his tone and what he said to you folks. He said that he used the word deluge of a right to knows began about 2 years ago. Actually, I believe there was a ramp up that started in June of 2019, and that's when the legal office started tracking these things. I know the other individual who was involved, I believe, put their first right to know in June or July. So I disagree with the 2-year time frame. I also think he said by that summer of last year, there were 34,000 document requests, documents provided. That's a gross misrepresentation. He's talking about the request where I wanted to see the KRT property record card. Turns out those were 31,000 records, which I didn't know when I put the request in, and the city denied them and didn't produce them at all. So that's a misrepresentation. Also, I'm going to send to all of you the letter from Attorney Lehman where he made the request for the audio video files. We did not request the transcripts. We were fine with just getting the audio video files and didn't ask the city to do that. The city is the one that said we will, without giving a reason, we will transcribe these and we will redact them. And we did not ask for that. And to give you a perspective on the amount of work, it's 13 hours of tape. Now, I've been involved in the assessing department, and I've gone to many meetings during abatement. Those meetings are 4 hours long, and they transcribe those down there in a matter of, 2 days. So 13 hours, which is working not full time, 13 hours of minutes for somebody who is skilled at that is not asking for a lot, but we didn't even ask for it. And I'm going to produce the letter from Attorney Lehman that verifies, because really when I see a mayor put out wild accusations and really appear frightened by what's happening here, I think his fear has gotten the best of him. I think he's misrepresented what the position is about.
Ms. Ortolano, can you stick to the legislation and not the mayor, please?
Well, the mayor is the one who pitched it, and he said he was going to provide some answers to good questions raised by the public. So I hope he's able to do that and put his fear aside and get us to the answers. I would have liked to have heard that at the beginning instead of his frantic dialogue. I don't like listening to people who I don't think have integrity. I wish he had stuck to the issue and answered some of the questions the public brought forward so that when I gave my first input, I would have something to say for you. So step it up, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to give public comment on items to be acted upon this evening?
I do.
Mr. T-Boom?
Yes, I do. It's Fred T-Boom. It's the first time I participated in the Zoom business. I have a comment on R20-067, which is the use of fund balance for tax rate. First of all, there's supposed to be a letter from the mayor to explain why this is to be done. That's by the ordinance that's quoted in this resolution. I did not see the letter from the mayor. Can someone explain to me why the mayor did not address this in the letter? Anybody?
We received the letter today.
I did not see that in the budget committee's agenda, which took place yesterday. Anyway, let me then go forward. That I hope I don't have to write no law request another one. The request is for 4.5 million. So the fund balance is supposed to stay above 10% of fiscal year appropriations. What is the amount in fund balance at this moment before this resolution is adopted? If somebody address that.
Madam President,
Attorney Bolton.
the ordinance allows for public comment. It does not mean that the Board of Aldermen is subjected to a cross-examination.
Thank you, Attorney Bolton.
In absence of the letter, which does not exist to my knowledge, it's fair for me to ask the question, what's in fund balance? Can somebody address that question?
I'm not seeing anyone stepping up to answer your question, Mr. T-Boom.
All right. Then I'll make some more comments.
Okay.
The fund balance is supposed to be such amount that after you deduct this 4.5 million, you're still supposed to have 10% or more of that fund balance to represent fiscal year appropriations. So the question then is, what are the year fiscal appropriations ending in June 30th of this year? Is the fiscal appropriations the general fund appropriation? Is the total appropriations? Is all appropriations including county taxes? Supplemental? Can somebody address to me exactly what is meant by fiscal year appropriations relative to this resolution?
As the attorney just stated, we're not going to go back and forth. If you have some comments, please leave your comments, Mr. T-Boom.
Well, like Lordy Artelano said, how can you ask questions if you don't produce the letter you're supposed to address this with? Now, I have no idea that this 4.5 million leaves 10% of fiscal appropriation in general fund. Generally, the general fund is about $30 million. So you should have at this moment have at least $30.5 million thereabout in this general fund.
Madam President, if it will shorten things, I could answer this.
That'd be helpful.
The letter did go out, but Mr. T-Boom hasn't received it. A fund balance will go up at the end, Mr. T-Boom. So Mr. Griffin can give you the exact number, but I believe the fund balance will go up above the figure you just mentioned, and is going to be added to the tune of about, I think about $700,000.
So you're $700,000 above the 10%.
Above what it is now, and it's already above the 10%. So to get the exact figure, why don't we turn to Mr. Griffin? But the fund balance is above the 10%, more like 11 and a fraction of a percentage, and will be going up if this proposal is adopted.
So after this proposal is adopted, you take $4.5 million out of.
But remember,
balance.
but remember that it's being backfilled by the surplus, which exceeds 4.5 million. So yes, in essence, what we're doing is we're applying surplus, but the way the resolution reads is it's fund balance money, but then the surplus moves into the fund balance. So at the end of the day, it will be higher at June 30, 2020 will be higher than it was on June 30, 2019.
The mayor, I understand how it's supposed to work. I do not understand exactly what is counted as fiscal year appropriations under the resolution.
Well, that's the answer that I have for your question. Mr. Griffin can give you the exact numbers. But it's above 10% and it's going up, not down.
Mr. Mayor and Madam President, I can help out a little bit here if I may.
Mr. Griffin.
As I indicated last night during the Budget Review Committee, we anticipate $36.8 million of fund balance before the application of the 4.5 amount towards the tax rate. That leaves us with a 11.4% of the fiscal 20 budget. Mr. T-Boom, you've asked, why don't we include more than that? We never have since I've been here. So we use the general fund appropriations as the denominator.
Okay, you use general fund appropriations as the denominator.
Correct.
I think somebody on this board ought to take a look at this resolution, at the ordinance that the resolution refers to, which is NRO 5135 A and B and C, and starts fixing the thing. Because anybody that looks at it will be completely confused exactly what's meant here. I've asked for that before. And a letter from the mayor would help. I think if the mayor would address this question and have take a look at 5135 A and B and try to clarify this with maybe an ordinance change, that would be helpful. Because right now, there's language here I won't bother you with that is not clear. With that, I appreciate it. I would say though, I'm surprised that not a single, I listened to the tape because there are no minutes from this budget meeting last night. So I listened to the audio recording. I do not remember any alderman asking any detailed questions other than Mr. Alderman Clements asking what the tax rate is going to be. And that is surprising. The alderman ought to be more familiar with this kind of accounting. And the fact that you only give them a day for the meeting on this question, as well as on the escrow questions, which is quite complex. Give them only a day to make a vote is not excusable. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public that wishes to give public comment?
Beth Scare.
Beth?
East Hobart Street.
Okay.
First of all, when I connected about a couple of minutes before the meeting started, I could hear some of the aldermen mocking the protesters against the face covering ordinance, and I felt that was really disrespectful. It's their First Amendment right, and they don't deserve to be mocked. And also, I wanted to speak about the updated face covering ordinance that you're going to be voting on tonight. I'm asking all of you to please strike the provision from the updated face covering ordinance that requires businesses to block customers from entering who aren't wearing a face covering and don't produce documentation proving that they have a medical condition. This ordinance could bring serious harm to Nashua small businesses, especially since the surrounding New Hampshire towns don't have this requirement. Blocking customers from entering a business could put businesses at risk of a lawsuit for discrimination against someone with a disability. And this provision brings new financial hardships to Nashua small businesses that have already suffered so much under the COVID shutdowns and restrictions. And too many of our small businesses are barely scraping by. If this ordinance were working as intended, the outbreak at City Hall would not have occurred. Were the mayor and his staff flouting the current face covering ordinance? If so, they know themselves how difficult this ordinance is to follow. Why would they require businesses to enforce the wearing of face coverings when they can't follow the ordinance themselves? And thanks very much to Alderman Ben Clemens for speaking up and voting on behalf of Nashua small businesses at the committee meeting on the updated ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that wishes to give public comment? Okay, seeing none.
Yes.
Hello?
Oh, can you hear me? Yes.
Cahoon?
Can you name and
Rob-
address for
yep.
the record, please?
Yep, Robert Farinelli, 92 Ledge Street.
Okay.
I would also like to voice my displeasure, first of all, at the few aldermen who were mocking the face mask protest. That's very extremely disrespectful to your constituents who have the right to exercise their First Amendment right. And I would like ask the aldermen to strike this updated ordinance down. Our Nashua business owners have already gone through enough hardship as it is. Some are very afraid of that the city will come after them for them after this, wherein they have the right to exercise their business the way they want to. It's been very clear that the police have no interest in enforcing this, and quite frankly, that business owners have the right to say, business owners that do not want to enforce this have the right to run the business the way they want to. Again, if you do not like the fact that a business doesn't want you to wear a mask, you should not shop there. And as I said again, and I'll say this again, if you want to wear a mask, go ahead. If a business wants someone to wear a mask, whatever, it's their business. But the fact that the people who support this feel they really have the need to go in and force businesses that are already struggling to enforce mandates they don't want to, under the threat of, I would assume, Nashua boards going after their business licenses or whatnot, is what you're planning to do for punishment. It's totally unacceptable.
Well, that's
Thank
not
you.
the case, Mr. Robert. That's not the case at all.
Then how do you plan on
Uh-uh.
who's planning on enforcing this and how?
And this isn't a give and take. I'm just telling you the city's not looking for people's business licenses. Do you have
Then
anything else, Robert?
Can you explain to me how you plan on enforcing this then?
No, I cannot.
Of course, Nashua loves to keep its secrets.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to give public comment?
Laura Cahoon.
Laura, please name and address for the record.
Laura Cahoon at 30 Greenwood Drive.
Okay.
First of all, I'm very insulted by the tone and what the mayor said. I don't think he knows what he's talking about. I had sent a right to know last year in, and I asked for a listing of open building permits. I got back over 33,000 documents. No one bothered to call me or anything else. I just get 33,000 documents back, and they say, oh, we can't tell you what's open. Well, it's also happening now that if you even ask a question to assessing, they are going in and they are sending a stupid question to the legal department and making it a right to know. I think that's a waste of time and money. And I've had right to knows with Dave Frechette. I send it to him, no problem. I get it back. And if he doesn't understand what I'm asking for, he gives me an email or he gives me a call and he gets me the information. If we start not going to the departments, we're going to get garbage out. And that's what we've been getting right now with going through the legal department. So I do not feel that we need this person. I think if we if the city could get the people in their departments to actually give the information that we're asking and not try to inundate us with paperwork, which we don't even want, it would be much more efficient and we wouldn't be spending so much money. And I really think if the mayor looked at the legal department, they're not getting one right to know a day. I know for a fact that it's maybe up to, one every a month or something like that. But the more the city is trying to hide, the more people are going to ask for right to knows. And we have a right to know. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to give public comment this evening for items on the agenda? Seeing none, we'll go back to the order of our business. Nominations, appointments, and elections. Appointments by the mayor.
To the Honorable Board of Aldermen, I have this day appointed to the Cultural Connections Committee, Eric Druart, 52 Main Street, Unit 206, Nashua, for a term to expire December 31st, 2020. Mohammed Mustak Arif of 1 Kinsley Street, Nashua, for a term to expire February 28th, 2023. Adelina Hernandez of 56 Chestnut Street, Nashua, for a term to expire July 30th, 2023. And Jessica Gorin of 97 Western Avenue, Henniker, New Hampshire, for a term to expire December 31st, 2023. To the Nashua Arts Commission, Judith Carlson of 5 Manchester Street, Nashua, Paul LaFlame, 28 Lutheran Drive, Nashua, and Travis Goldie of 15 Manchester Street, Nashua, for terms to expire April 1st, 2023, and Steve Rudock of 5 Town Crier Road, Amherst, for a term to expire July 30th, 2023, and Angelina Spalonis of 15 Technology Way, Nashua, to the Tax Increment Financing Advisory Board for a term to expire September 30th, 2021, and respectfully request that these appointments be confirmed.
There being no objection, I will accept the appointments by the mayor as read and refer them to the Personnel Administrative Affairs Committee. Reports of committees. There being no objection, I will declare the report of the September 10th, 2020 Personnel Administrative Affairs Committee accepted and placed on file. There being no objection, I will declare the report of the September 14th, 2020 Human Affairs Committee accepted and placed on file. There being no objection, I will declare the report of the September 16th, 2020 Finance Committee be accepted and placed on file. And there being no objection, I will suspend the rules to allow for the oral report of a Budget Review Committee meeting held Monday, September 21st, 2020, regarding proposed resolutions 2066, 2067, and 2069. Alderman Dow.
Yes, thank you. We did have a meeting last night on R-20-066. It's a collective bargaining agreement with the National Association of Schools on a 1-year contract at a 1.5% increase, and it passed the board unanimously. On R-20-067, that's the 4.5 million that was mentioned before, going towards the tax rate. We did get a letter from the mayor today, and it is 11.4% that'll be in accordance with NRO S-135, and that also passed the Budget Review Committee unanimously. On R-20-069, which was the escrows, we had some discussion. The reason it was sort of short notice was the fact that with all that's going on with City Hall closed, the people that have to do all this calculations and everything, the time frame was shortened. But we had one change. I made a proposal to change line 22, which is the SURF amount, by $100,000 to add $100,000 to the Police Expendable Trust Fund. The Police Expendable Trust Fund is a fund, much like we have an expendable trust fund for snow plowing, not that they're equivalent, but And right now it's for it, that is expendable trust fund is to handle pop-up emergency major crimes that need to be investigated right away. And they don't have time to come back and go through a series of automatic meetings because, as we all know, that the trail goes cold when you're dealing with those kind of activities. Right now, the balancing is like $405, and we put $100,000 in there to cover any major expense. And being the liaison of the police commission, I note that they really have a dire need for this. And in the past, we have had years where we didn't have to use it. We've had other years where we've had to use more than that. It all depends on what happens in the city of Nashua. So in order to be able to entertain a major crime that happens, they need that money to refer to. And it passed with one negative vote. And I believe that's it.
Thank you, Alderman Dowd. Confirmation of mayor's appointments. Business and Industrial Development Authority. There being no objection, I'll confirm the reappointments of the following individuals to the Business and Industrial Development Authority. Jack Tully, P.O. Box 600 Nashua, for a term to expire September 13th, 2023. And Mark Perlman, 70 Crestwood Drive, Hollis, for a term to expire April 30th, 2023. Are Mr. Tully or Mr. Perlman with us this evening? They will be sworn in at a later date. Master Plan Committee, there being no objection, I will confirm the new appointments of the following individuals to the Master Plan Committee. Marianne Malisi Golia, 2 Amble Road, Nashua. Oma Jeffrey, 5 Poliquin Drive, Nashua. Gloria McCarthy, 65 Musket Drive, Nashua. Peter Schaefer, 15 E Street, Nashua. Jean Porter, 77 Concord Street, Nashua. Marjorie Bollinger Hogan, 67 Cannon Gate 3 Road, Nashua. And Amber Loeb, 20 Lock Street, Nashua. If any of these individuals are with us this evening, I'm going to have Corporation Counsel administer the oath of office.
I'm here.
Attorney Bolton, you're muted.
Would you each raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear that you will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties incumbent upon you as a member of the Master Plan Committee of the City of Nashua, according to the best of your abilities and agreeably to the rules and regulations of the city charter and the Constitution and laws of the state of New Hampshire, so help you God.
I will.
Congratulations.
Thank you all very, very much. Pine Falls Park Advisory Committee. There being no objection, I'll confirm the reappointment of the following individual to the Pine Falls Park Advisory Committee. Greg Andruskevich, 3 Caraway Lane, Nashua, with a term to expire June 30th, 2023. Is Mr. Andruskevich with us tonight? I don't see him. He will be sworn in at a later date. Nashua Airport Authority. There being no objection, I'll confirm the reappointment of the following individual to the Nashua Airport Authority. David Heath, 7 Casey Circle, Nashua, with a term to expire August 31st, 2025. And I did see David Heath with us earlier. I'm hoping, oh, he is still here. Corporation Counsel will administer the oath of office.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear that you will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties incumbent upon you as a member of the Nashua Airport Authority, according to the best of your abilities and agreeable to the rules and regulations of the city charter and the Constitution and laws of the state of New Hampshire, so help you God.
I will.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Correction on my address, Madam President. My address is really 4 Southgate Drive.
Okay.
So that matters.
Note that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for stepping up. National Arts Commission, there being no objection, I will confirm the reappointments of the following individuals to the National Arts Commission. Paul Laflamme, 28 Lutheran Drive, Nashua, with a term to expire April 1st, 2022, and Judith Carlson, 15 Manchester Street, Nashua, with a term to expire April 1st, 2023. I know that Ms. Carlson is with us, but I'm not sure if Mr. Laflamme is with us this evening. Corporation Counsel will administer the oath of office.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear that you will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all of the duties incumbent upon you as a member of the Nashua Arts Commission, according to the best of your abilities and agreeably to the rules and regulations of the city charter and the Constitution and laws of the state of New Hampshire, so help you God.
I think we might have lost her. Thank you. National Planning Board. There being no objection, I will confirm the reappointments of the following individuals to the National Planning Board. Michael Peterson, 11 Delaware Road, Nashua, with a term to expire January 1st, 2024. Scott Leclerc of 10 Daylily Drive, Nashua, with a term to expire March 31st, 2022. Lawrence Hirsch, 12 Salmon Brook Drive, Nashua, and Maggie Harper of 3 Taft Street, Nashua, both with terms to expire March 31st, 2023. If any of the individuals are with us?
Present.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Corporation Counsel will administer the oath of office.
You solemnly swear, well, raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear that you will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all of the duties incumbent upon you as a member of the Nashua Planning Board, according to the best of your abilities and agreeably to the rules and regulations of the city charter and the Constitution and laws of the state of New Hampshire, so help you God.
I will.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tax Increment Financing Advisory Board. There being no objection, I'll confirm the reappointments of the following individuals to the Tax Increment Financing Advisory Board. Sarah Marchant, 229 Main Street, Nashua. Chris Lewis, 670 North Commercial Street, Manchester. David Fredette, 229 Main Street, Nashua. Eric Druitt, 57 Main Street, number 206, Nashua. Tim Cummings, 229 Main Street, Nashua. Michael Serrato, 4 Water Street, Nashua, and Tia Phillips, 2 Clock Tower Place, Nashua, all with terms to expire September 30th, 2021. Are any of the individuals mentioned, are any of them here this evening? I'm not seeing anyone. They will be sworn in at a later date.
Peter Schaefer.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, this is Peter Schaefer. I was selected for the Master Plan Committee, and I don't think I got onto the video in time to get sworn in. I wonder if it's just the right time.
The Corporation Counsel, would you please do the honor?
Mr. Schaefer, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that you will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all of the duties incumbent upon you as a member of the Master Plan Committee of the City of Nashua, according to the best of your abilities and agreeably to the rules and regulations of the city charter and the Constitution and laws of the state of New Hampshire, so help you God.
I will.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Peter. Okay.
Excuse me, Madam President?
Madam President?
Yes.
Madam President, you forgot the Energy and Environmental Committee member. You went right to the master plan, and there's one before it. Anita Arden Taylor, did you say her name?
Oh, you're right. I missed one. My apologies.
No, that's okay.
Energy and Environment Committee, there being no objection, I'll confirm the reappointment of the following individual to the Energy and Environment Committee. Anita Arden Kayla, 15 Taylor Street, Nashua, for a term to expire March 31st, 2023. Is Ms. Kayla here with us this evening? I don't see her, and she will be sworn in at a later date. Thank you, Alderman Karen.
Welcome.
Unfinished business resolutions.
Reading a resolution R 2059, authorizing the sale of city real property located at 141 to 143 Burke Street, map 11, lot 158, to Burke Street, Nashua, LLC.
Alderman Jettie.
So I have a motion to amend, but I'll defer to Corporation Counsel. I know that motion, Alderman Tenz is going to make a motion for final approval. Should that come first and then the motion to amend following that, or am I to go first?
You should go first.
Okay. So I move to amend R-20-059 by adding to Exhibit A of the purchase and sale agreement attached thereto the following paragraph. Said parcel to be conveyed subject to all matters of record, including the proposed conservation easement as shown on the plan, which easement shall be reserved to the city at the time of conveyance. And I'd like to speak to that. Madam President?
I think Madam President has had trouble with her internet. We discussed it earlier. So in her absence, until she comes back, as Vice President of the Board, I'll take over the meeting, and Alderman Jettie, you are recognized to speak.
Okay, thank you very much. So the reason for this amendment is that the Conservation Commission and Sarah Marchant as Community Development Director wanted to reserve an easement around the pond, Edgeville Pond, or also known as Imco Pond, which is located on this lot that we are conveying. And the plan outlines the dimensions of the easement. However, the resolution and the description on the purchase and sale agreement did not reserve that easement. So I thought for clarification, it should be made clear that we are reserving that conservation easement. I reviewed this with Deputy Corporation Counsel Leonard, who provided the language that I just read to you. And she also spoke to the buyer, who has agreed that the conveyance would be subject to this easement. And Director Cummings is also aware. I haven't heard one way or the other from him. I don't think he has any problem with this. And so I would ask that we adopt this amendment.
Okay, thank you, Alderman Jettie. Is there any further comment on the Jettie amendment? Alderman Dow.
Yes, I just want to say, Alderman Jettie, that's a very good catch, and I'm glad you made that catch, and I will be supporting the addition. I think it's important that we provide that protection on that wetland.
Thank you.
Alderman Dow, any other further comment on the Jettie amendment?
Yes, Alderman O'Brien?
Yes, recognizing Alderman Karen.
Yes, thank you. I also agree with that amendment. I thought it was already part of the project because there was some talk about it. So I think that's great, Alderman Jettie, that you brought it in as an amendment, and I will support it.
Okay, thank you. And any further comments on the Jettie amendment? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll by roll call on the Jetty Amendment, please? Adopting the Jetty Amendment.
Alderman O'Brien,
Yes.
Alderman Clee,
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly,
Yes.
Alderman Dowd,
Yes.
Alderman Karen,
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons,
Yes.
Alderman Lopez,
Yes.
Alderman Tenza,
Yes.
Alderwoman Lou,
Yes.
Alderman Jettie,
Yes.
Alderman Schmidt,
Yes.
Alderman Laws,
Yes.
Alderman Cleaver,
Yes.
Alderman Harriet Gathright,
Yes.
Alderman Wilshire.
Yes.
We have 15 yeas and 0 nays.
Thank you. And I welcome back our President, Alderman Wilshire. What we have now before us for you to bring before the board is R20-059 as amended.
Alderman Tenza.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to make a motion for final passage of R20-059 as amended by roll call.
Motion is for final passage as amended. Discussion on that motion. Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien,
Yes.
Alderman Clee,
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly,
Yes.
Alderman Dowd, President Wilshire, Alderman Dowd, I think you're on mute.
He's on
Sorry,
mute.
yes.
Thank you. Alderman Karen,
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons,
Yes.
Alderman Lopez,
Yes.
Alderman Tenza,
Yes.
Alderwoman Lou,
Yes.
Alderman Jettie,
Yes.
Alderman Schmidt,
Yes.
Alderman Laws,
Yes.
Alderman Cleaver,
Yes.
Alderman Harriet Gathright,
Yes.
Alderman Wilshire.
Yes.
You have 15 yeas and 0 nays.
That motion carries and resolution 20-59 is declared duly adopted as amended. I apologize, my internet has gone out twice during the meeting, so thank you, Alderman O'Brien.
Reading of Resolution R2062, relative to the acceptance and appropriation of $37,903 from the United States Department of Justice into Police Grant Activity 2019 Justice Assistance Grant, multi-jurisdictional.
Alderman Harry Gathright.
Madam President, I motion for final passage of R20-062 by roll call.
Motion is for final passage. Discussion on that motion. Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien,
Yes.
Alderman Clee,
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly,
Yes.
Alderman Dowd,
Yes.
Alderman Karen,
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons,
Yes.
Alderman Lopez,
Yes.
Alderman Tenza,
Yes.
Alderwoman Lou,
Yes.
Alderman Jettie,
Yes.
Alderman Schmidt,
Yes.
Alderman Laws,
Yes.
Alderman Cleaver,
Yes.
Alderman Harriet Gathright,
Yes.
Alderman Wilshire.
Yes.
We have 15 yeas and 0 nays.
And that motion carries and resolution 20-62 is declared duly adopted.
Second reading of Resolution R2063, relative to the acceptance and appropriation of the sum of $37,500 from the State of New Hampshire Department of Safety State Homeland Security Grant Program into Police Grant Activity 2019 Homeland Security Grant Program.
Alderman Clay.
Thank you, Madam excuse me, Madam President. I motion for final passage of R20-063 by roll call, please.
Motion is for final passage. Discussion on that motion. Alderman Lowe?
Thank you. I just don't understand, do these grants come in unexpectedly after the budget process? So this is just an unexpected $75,000?
No, grants are kind of on a rolling basis. Some of them are annual, some of them every 2 years. And they don't go by our fiscal year or our budget at all. They apply for these grants and they're granted whenever the grantee or the grantor decides to approve them. So yeah, we don't always know when we're getting these. You know, we apply for them, they come in when they come in, so.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any further discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien,
Yes.
Alderman Clee,
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly,
Yes.
Alderman Dowd,
Yes.
Alderman Karen,
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons,
Yes.
Alderman Lopez,
Yes.
Alderman Tenza,
Yes.
Alderwoman Lou,
Yes.
Alderman Jettie,
Yes.
Alderman Schmidt,
Yes.
Alderman Laws,
Yes.
Alderman Cleaver,
Yes.
Alderman Harry Gathright,
Yes.
Alderman Wiltshire.
Yes.
15 yeas and 0 nays.
And that motion carries. Resolution 2063 is declared duly adopted.
Second reading of Resolution R 2064, relative to the appropriation of $99,800 from Department 194, contingency account number 70100, general contingency, into various accounts in Department 103 legal.
I'd like to take an opportunity to recognize the mayor. This is something that he did talk about in his opening, and I'd like to give him a chance to speak up again on this issue. Mayor Donches?
Well, I think I covered it pretty much in the opening remarks. I mean, all these right to know requests are cataloged. I mean, there are hundreds and hundreds of right to know requests. In any event, what we've got is two people who are going to tell you a little bit about their experience, two employees, and I don't know if they're still on, but we have Manuela Perry, is she on now? And Karina Ocha, are you still on? I saw them at the beginning. I don't know if they're stayed with us or not.
I see that Karina looks like she's still on.
Karina,
I'm here.
so could you tell the people, I know you're not used to appearing in public meetings, but could you tell the people about your experience with the right to know request?
Karina. I'm the administrative assistant for Administrative Services Division. So when the division started, the right to knows also started. Been about a year, a little bit over a year now that we've been dealing with this, and it really is time consuming. We've done many hours of these right to knows, and like Mayor Donches said, the first half that I was there, it's been over 34,000 documents that we did hand out or, did for them. And then when legal started taking over, it's been hundreds of right to know requests, and Manuela has helped me learn more about the right to know law and help me figure out how to do redaction so I can help them out more too. So it's been a lot for all the departments, assessing anybody who gets the right to know.
Thank you. I know we have Manuela is on as well, Mayor Donches.
Is she on too? Could you?
Yes.
Manuela works in the legal department. Karina works for Administrative Services and has been cataloging the hundreds of right to know requests. So there's actually a catalog of these things. Is Manuela here? Steve, is Manuela around? Is she on the meeting?
Her picture is there. I don't know if something's gone wrong.
Yeah, it looks like maybe something.
She was on before, but now it appears to be frozen, so.
Yeah.
Well, she at one point was keeping track of her time, and she'd been to like 943 hours on the right to know requests in one.
Over the last year, it's been over 1,100 hours. So it's, and that's her. She's a legal assistant in the department. Celia Leonard is a deputy corporation counsel, and nearly half her time over the last year has been spent on right to know requests. So we're hoping that the addition of this new position will free both of these people up to perform their normal duties, so that we can get back on the path that we prefer to be on. I think Manuela is now back, although maybe frozen again.
Yeah, it looks like she might have frozen again, yeah.
There she is.
Manuela, can you hear?
I hear. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
I can hear you, yes.
Okay,
I think she went off.
I think so.
Well, if she were available, I think she'd just tell you that she finds this, quite a lot.
Okay, Alderman Cleaver, do you have a motion?
Thank you, Madam President. I move for final passage of R-20-064 by roll call.
Motion is for final passage by roll call. Discussion on the motion. Alderman Clemmons.
Thank you. I'll just say briefly, I was a bit taken aback during the public comment period with how upset one of our constituents got over what the mayor was saying. And, I, until that point, had no idea who he was talking about because he never mentioned any names. So, but now that I know, it seems to make a lot more sense. So I would only thank her for bringing that forward to let us all know who was responsible for a lot of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Clemmons. Alderman Clee.
Thank you, Madam President. I am in favor of this position, and I'll tell you why. When I worked for the Department of Defense, and even through the VA, the Department of the Veterans Affairs, I dealt with FOIA. That was one of my duties and one of my jobs. And when the departments would get a request for any kind of information, they would forward it to me. I would go through, look through what documents needed to be gotten. Then I usually sent it back to them, telling them what documents I needed in order to do it. It would come back to me for a review and, if necessary, redaction, and to make sure that nothing went out. I usually sent it back to them. So we did this back and forth and so on. The reason why we did that both when I worked for Westover Air Force Base and when I worked for the VA was because it's impossible for every employee to know every little nuance of what can be given and what can't be given, especially in times sometimes when it comes to numbers. Sometimes we were able to give a street address, but we couldn't give the number of the street. If someone called and wanted a salary, at that point in time, we couldn't give, they couldn't say, okay, I want to know what this person's salary is. We could not give it. We could give what the range of the position was. And sometimes just to save everybody from doing it, as the mayor said, sometimes just the wrong answer can get you in a whole lot of trouble. So I think having one center point is the best way to handle all of this. Thank you.
Alderman Lu.
I appreciate Alderman Clee's description of her experience with this. I wish that I had heard that sooner because it's very helpful. I feel that I wonder if there has been education, how much training we have given to the various departments. This just seems like standard operating procedure to some extent. I mean, at least as far as, I don't mean the number of requests that are received. I understand that's really high, but it seems to me that every department needs to be trained to, that was what I came into this meeting believing, that each department should be prepared to address this. But I take Alderman Clee's comments to heart. That's my concern is that it's centralized and there is one individual that becomes like a gatekeeper to some extent. I also want to take the opportunity at this point to ask about whether can an individual ask for information without it having to go through their attorney? Because I know that the lady who Alderman Clemens referred to, I believe, the woman who spoke very upset about this, has told us all in her letters to the Board of Aldermen that when she's tried to get information on cases subsequent to a case which she did hire an attorney, that we no longer allowed her to deal as an individual with the City Hall. And I just wonder if if that is the case.
May I respond?
Attorney Bolton.
That is untrue. We have answered every single right to know request that she has made. We have not refused to deal with her because she is or because she isn't represented by an attorney on any particular right to know request. We have had some difficulty in determining when she's being represented by an attorney and when she is not. One of her complaints has been we have sometimes copied her attorney who's representing her in many things. In some cases where she says he is not representing her. The fact is, it's a violation of an attorney's disciplinary rules, meaning we could get barred if we address her on something she is represented by an attorney on without copying that attorney. So we err on the side of caution. When in doubt, the lawyer who's representing her on a great many things gets a copy. If she doesn't want him to spend time, if she doesn't want to be charged, she can tell him not to open it, not to read it, not to look at it. But it is absolutely untrue that we have forced her to be represented or prevented her from being represented or failed to respond to her request for documents. That is categorically untrue.
Anyone else? Motion before us is for final passage of Resolution 20-64. Alderman Lopez.
Yeah, I was on page 3, sorry. I know there's a lot of little squares going on here. So first I want to ask a quick question to Alderman Clemens, just to be clear. There were 2 speakers that sounded really upset. Were you speaking? I think one was Lori Arliano, but the other one was another Lori. Which one were you referring to?
Oh, definitely Lori Ortolano.
Okay, so I wasn't clear on that. And then the second thing is Attorney Bolton just did a pretty good job of demonstrating part of what I was about to say. With regards to right to know requests, everybody's job in any kind of a like serious administrative position is going to be how to communicate with people and how to communicate with the public, and then the different regulations that are involved in whatever field you're in, whether it's FERPA for education or HIPAA for healthcare or right to know with dealing with the public. But there's definitely deeper levels of nuances that it's not fair for people who are hired for one job. Was somebody over speak? Okay. It's not fair for someone who is hired to do a specific job, like be a assessor or a city clerk or DMV, whatever, to also be expected to know that sophisticated level of detail. So I appreciate that the legal department has taken that role on, and I think it's largely a reason why Nashua has been winning all of the cases that are brought against it. They're very careful and very meticulous with how they attend to that. I think by expecting all of our staff to dedicate their time and professional, effort to this element or this area, I think that's going to take away from city services. I think we're already stretched very thin, and we're already having a number of struggles just keeping things operating with City Hall having to open or close or change whole gross procedures. I don't think this is really a good time for a huge number of right to know requests. Now, that being said, they have the right to ask those whenever they want. That's guaranteed by law. So we have to respect it. So I think we have to be adaptable, and we have to look at creating a role that meets the evident need for these requests. I think the complications involved and the nuances that are appearing throughout the course of this are an opportunity for that position to also provide guidance to other city staff and say, okay, these are best practices, refer these questions to myself or to legal. I think we can get better at it, at both dividing the responsibilities so that it's not taking away from core responsibilities of city staff. And I think that we can get more specific with how to create a system that's more efficient and easier for the public to access. I think it's important that we look at this because there's a large number of people that are involved in generating documents that are subject to right to know that are not city staff. They may be committee chairs or participants or even aldermen. That nobody here went to school for how to be a legislator. So we all have to go through trainings at the beginning over what not to do, and don't reply to all, and don't share your opinions, off the record with too many other aldermen and accidentally create a quorum. There are areas that we all have to be trained to do. And I think it's important for the city to recognize its vulnerability as well as its strength and say that it's going to provide a resource to people who may not have that background naturally. And then finally, I was on the board when that particular staff was being targeted repeatedly, as well as other members of the department, his brother, and we had to have some conversations about what public comment is supposed to be used for and whether you're allowed to berate city employees, the mayor, whoever you feel like apparently during public comment, when it's really supposed to be your opinion on activities that are to be acted upon, like legislation, or issues that the Board of Aldermen can do something about. We're not really supposed to get into things like human resources, HR issues, and that. But it seems to be the tendency of some members of the public to come and use the microphone as a chance to publicly express themselves in a way that their target could interpret as bullying. That can create a very hostile workplace. I don't want to see our city staff subjected to any undue discomfort. And it's very easy for them to be exposed to that if, for example, something is not redacted, or if somebody who is looking for one thing suddenly finds 20 million other things that there may be no substance to them, but now they have information that they can tug on and chase it to its logical conclusion. So I think it's important for us to have this position. I think it will improve both our ability to provide right to know information and our ability to improve our internal mechanisms for doing it. And then finally, I think it will help us assure internally our staff and then volunteers that the city of Nashua understands right to know laws and has enough staff to adequately address those needs.
Alderman O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam President. I am going to adopt this I'm going to support this resolution, but I see this as a very sad state of affairs. Here we have a situation where one of our citizens has deemed themselves, or any citizen could deem themselves as sort of like a watchdog of what we do here in the public format. And that's why we do have the right to know law. But what has happened here is I think it has gotten a little bit too much out of hand. So therefore, I would support this to have this new position. We cannot, I mean, part of our goal of being an alderman is to try to give the best city services we can to the public at the best price that we can. And if we have employees that are just at the whim or having their time taken up by only a couple of citizens, then that's not really efficient government. So I do support this, and I think this would help alleviate this problem. But with that being said, it's almost $100,000. And my question is to the mayor and to corporate counsel, are there any city agencies that do charge for documents that anybody so requires under the right to know law? Do they charge for if somebody gets in a car accident to get the police reports or anything else like that? And if we do, and if we are entitled to receive a nominal fee for the request of these documents, can that money be applied to the salary of this new position?
I can respond if that's okay.
Please do.
Alderman O'Brien, there's certain documents, and an accident report might be one of them, where the legislature has seen fit to set a price for obtaining one. And I think in the case of accident reports, it might be $10. Generally speaking, however, under the right to know law, we are prohibited from charging any fee other than the actual cost of making copies if we make a copy. Mostly, given the modern age, we are sending documents electronically, and we're not actually making a physical paper and ink copy. In which case, the legislature has provided we cannot charge anything, zero. So if we only knew someone in the legislature, maybe that could be fixed. But that's the state of affairs as it currently exists.
I thank corporate counsel. I seem to have heard that before. So I'll refer this to Alderman Clee. You hear that, Alderman Clee?
Yes,
You
I
all
do.
set? You all set, Alderman O'Brien?
All set. Thank you, Madam President.
Anyone else? Final passage. Alderman Lou.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, we're voting on 2064, but that is not the actual resolution that forms a new position. Am I correct?
This is appropriating money from various other departments, from various accounts for the position. So it's funding the position. So essentially, yes.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. Any further discussion on Resolution 2064? Alderman Cleaver.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I'd just like to say that I believe the mayor, Attorney Bolton, the entire staff has done a great job on right to know under very difficult circumstances. Would also like to say that this position hopefully will be one of efficiency and lower costs, because this has actually cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars over the course of this stretch. And this should be more efficient and more and less costly. So I think that this is the way to go, and will make everybody more efficient and happy. Thank you.
Any other alderman before I call? It looks like Manuela has found her voice.
Yes, I have.
On her if I could. Thank you. Manuela.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. For the past year and a half or so, I have been doing the right to know requests within the legal department. We get quite a few. We do keep track of them. And the reason that I keep track of them in a chart and number them is so that no deadlines are missed and no documents are missed or anything getting lost. Now, that being said, over this past year and a couple months, I personally, just myself, have spent over 1,130 hours on these right to know requests and communications. That is not counting the attorneys, Karina, who is in the administrative services department, assessing, or whoever else is working on it. That is just specifically for me. I catalog everything, I write it down. We have to respond within a 5-day period, which means that there has to be letters drafted. When we get requests for documents, they have to be reviewed to make sure that there's no confidential, personal, or that kind of information that is not subject to the right to know. So that is extremely time consuming, because if I read it, then it gets reviewed, and then it gets reviewed because we don't want to make mistakes. And we have answered every single right to know request that has come through our office and then some. We also number the communications that come into our office. We do not, however, consider those the right to know requests. The tracking is for our office so we don't miss anything. And not once have we not sent a document, and we're talking hundreds of thousands of documents. I have 6 boxes of requests next to my desk for this particular right to know issue. So, I mean, it's been very time consuming, and I would say it's probably more than half of my time of what I spend on these. So, I mean, 1,130 hours, that's quite a significant amount of time for the past year. So I think that might be it, unless somebody has any questions.
We appreciate you. Thank you so much for everything you do, for the good work you're doing in there, and for being here and hanging on there with us tonight. We appreciate that.
Of course. Thank you.
Alderman Clemmons.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to say thank you very much for your work and for serving the city of Nashua, both the employees that spoke tonight and really all of the employees in City Hall and throughout the city. You do a great job, and you know, under tough conditions. And I just want to say thank you for everything you do.
Anyone else? Okay, the motion before us is for final passage of Resolution 2064 by roll call. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien,
Yes.
Alderman Clee,
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly.
Yes.
Alderman Dowd,
Yes.
Alderman Karen,
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons,
Yes.
Alderman Lopez,
Yes.
Alderman Tenza,
Yes.
Alderwoman Lou,
Yes.
Alderman Jettie,
Yes.
Alderman Schmidt,
Yes.
Alderman Laws,
Yes.
Alderman Cleaver,
Yes.
Alderman Harriet Gathright,
Yes.
Alderman Wilshire.
Yes,
You have 15 yeas and 0 nays.
and that motion carries. Resolution 20-64 is duly adopted.
Second reading of Resolution R 2066, approving the cost items of a collective bargaining agreement between the Nashua Board of Education and the Nashua Association of School Administrators and Supervisors, American Federation of School Administrators, AFL-CIO, from July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021, and related transfers.
Alderman Dowd.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion for final passage of R 20-066 by roll call, and I'd like to speak to it.
Alderman Dowd.
Yes, this came before the Budget Committee last night. It was unanimously approved. It's a one-year contract for the supervisors and administrators in the school department. There's a total of 52 employees. The base pay increase is 1.5% for the 1 year. And very few, if any, changes, minor changes in the wording. So I highly suggest that we pass this.
Thank you, Alderman Dowd. Is there any discussion on Resolution 2066? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien,
Yes.
Alderman Clee,
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly.
Yes.
Alderman Dowd,
Yes.
Alderman Karen,
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons,
Yes.
Alderman Lopez,
Yes.
Alderman Tenza,
Yes.
Alderwoman Lou,
Yes.
Alderman Jettie,
Yes.
Alderman Schmidt,
Yes.
Alderman Laws,
Yes.
Alderman Cleaver,
Yes.
Alderman Harriet Gathright,
Yes.
Alderman Wiltshire.
Yes,
We have 15 yeas and 0 nays.
that motion carries and Resolution 20-66 is declared duly adopted.
Second reading of Resolution R 2067, establishing the use of fund balance for tax rate.
Alderman Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for final passage of R 2067 by roll call.
You've heard the motion. Is there discussion on the motion? Alderman Lou.
Thank you. Is there someone that could address the questions that we heard from Mr. T-Boom regarding the ordinance that he referenced? It's referenced in the mayor's letter. I couldn't understand what the base rate was.
Alderman Dowd?
I don't see Mr. Griffin on here,
No, I don't either.
and I'm not sure the mayor's on either, but
Oh,
there
I
is,
just saw Mr. Griffin. He is on.
he is on?
Yes,
There
as
you
is the
go.
mayor.
I will defer it to Mr. Griffin.
Mr. Griffin?
Certainly, Madam President, other members of the board, this particular approach that is encapsulated in the mayor's letter is the same approach that's been taken for at least the last 10 years. And I believe it was taken the previous several years in calculating the percent of fund balance, unassigned fund balance to total appropriations. And if you may recall, for those of you that were present probably 2 and 3 years ago, the resident had questions back then, and we successfully indicated that this is a past precedent and that the calculation's been done very consistently, which is a key component of any accounting system. And that's why we use the NRO language in this particular memo that's dated September 1, 2020 and September 1 on previous years to the Board of Aldermen. So I personally, as the CFO of the city, am very comfortable with the calculation. And it has been, for those relatively newer aldermen, it's been the same calculation I've done for the last 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin.
I can add to that if I may.
Attorney Bolton.
We have the highest possible bond rating that a municipality can get. The rating agencies write a summation of why they provide the bond rating they do. And when it comes to Nashua, one of the things they cite is the fact that we maintain a more than adequate fund balance. And that has been true for several years now. And those rating agencies, which don't give high ratings away on a whim, found this approach to be acceptable to them and in fact desired by them. And it plays a big part in the very good rating that we achieve. I think we'd be fooling around with something that works if we were to take that speaker's advice and tamper with the ordinance as it's written.
Thank you, Attorney
Madam
Bolton.
President, may I elaborate slightly?
Mayor.
So Alderwoman Liu's question, basically, I think, was about, what we're trying to accomplish. The ordinance says that we need to have 10% of the city, but the amount of the city budget in the undesignated fund balance. We have more than that. We have, and Mr. Griffin can give you the exact number, but closer to somewhere between 11 and 12%. And after the conclusion of all of this, we will have added to that balance, which typically we do. So it gradually goes up. In a way, I wish that we didn't have to reserve so much money, but in the financial climate we face right now and with the ordinance in place and everything, it is really a operational necessity and certainly is necessary to maintain the bond rating.
Thank you, Mayor. Alderman Liu, are you all set with those answers?
Yes, just a quick, so the total of the fund appropriations are what we need to have 10% of in our balance on June 30th, correct? And so the total fund appropriations are all that got budgeted and appropriated for 2021, is that correct?
Mr. Griffin, do you have that answer?
It was, subject to check. It was the attachment to the mayor's letter. I believe the number was 282 million. So 10% of that is 28 million. And we're fortunate to have 30.7 million. So we're 11.4% over.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure how this worked. The document that we received today. So thank you for clarifying that for me. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have any questions or discussion on Resolution 2067? Alderman Jettie.
Thank you, Madam President. So I appreciate former Alderman T. Boom's reminding us of the ordinance that regulates this. And so during the discussions, I took the opportunity to look at the ordinances, and I just want to make sure from Mr. Griffin, the mayor, and Corporation Council that we are that we're doing what we're supposed to be doing. The ordinance that Mr. T. Boom referred to, section 5-135, says in paragraph A that we're supposed to maintain as of each June 30th, an amount equal to 10% of the fiscal year appropriations plus the statewide enhanced education amount plus the local school net tax commitment and plus the county appropriation. So I want to make sure that we're doing that. Secondly, it says prior to September 1st of each year, the mayor shall provide in writing to the Board of Aldermen the estimated amount of anticipated undesignated general fund balance, which the mayor proposes to use to reduce the anticipated tax rate Um, and then he's supposed to provide by resolution and it says the Board of Aldermen must approve that action by resolution adopted by 10 members of the board on or before the board's second meeting in September. So that second meeting in September is tonight. So we don't, we have to do it tonight. Except if we don't do it, then the undesignated general fund balance shall not be used to reduce the anticipated tax rate. So I don't think we want to do that. So I think we're under the gun here to do this tonight. We really can't postpone this, but I want to make sure from Corporation Counsel that I think the memo that we received today, although it's dated September 1st, we just got it today, I think. I was on vacation, so I don't know if it was sent and we just got another copy today, or if today is the first copy. And I just want to make sure we're okay with all of this. I guess I'm asking Mr. Griffin, the mayor, and Corporation Counsel, I just want to make sure we're complying with the ordinance and we're okay.
Well, in terms of the letter, it's dated September 1 because I signed it on September 1, but you did not get it. I can't, I apologize. I don't really have an explanation as to why it didn't get to you. It was finished. Mr. Griffin had prepared it. I signed it, but for whatever's going on, it was intended to go to you then, but it didn't. And we realized that it hadn't, so we sent it to you when we figured that out. So I apologize that it's late, but it was getting to you, but it was done on September 1.
Okay, and as far as the the basis, are we using the right? Are we basing it upon the fiscal year appropriations plus the state enhanced education amount and the local school net tax commitment and the county appropriation? Are we doing that correctly?
Mr. Griffin, do you want to respond to that?
Non-legally, as I indicated a few minutes ago, I was trained to take the unassigned fund balance and simply divide it by what I think is what we're trying to do is the general fund appropriations. The other 2 or 3 items, it's for towns, net school aid, county. We don't even approve the county appropriations. It's added to the tax rate. So from a practical standpoint, I've been following the same procedure that I was trained on in 2010 and continue to this day. And I think Attorney Bolton, I'm not going to speak for him, but he just mentioned that the rating agencies are very familiar with our approach. They're familiar with our audit. They're familiar with our ability to save. We've got over $30 million in unassigned fund balance, which they very much appreciate when they give us the 2 AAA ratings from Standard & Poor's and Fitch. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin. Are you
I
all
can,
set? Attorney Bolton.
I leave the calculations to the finance department, to John and his capable people there. I can say that Nashua is somewhat different because the school district is part of the same municipal corporation as the city. So automatically, the $2.8 million in annual budget, that includes the school department in Nashua. So that doesn't have to be added in separately. The other items are small in comparison. And while I have not done the math, my strong suspicion is they're not big enough to affect the calculation. Further, when our ordinances require the Board of Aldermen to do certain things by certain dates or in certain ways, that is, how can I put that? That's how you want things to be done, how you intend to do them, and the dates by which you intend to do them. But truly, one Board of Aldermen cannot pass something that binds its successors to do or not do things in a certain way. Essentially, you can pass these ordinances and it directs those in your employ, city government, to get things to you at an appropriate time, when you would want them, how you would want them. But you cannot prevent yourselves from voting on what you want to do when you want to do it. So to the extent the mayor's letter reached you a few days late, you can determine whether that makes such a difference that you're going to vote against this resolution. But you're not compelled to do that. You can exercise your judgment as to whether the best interests of the city are served by passing the resolution or by not. And that's what you're elected to do. But your hands are not really bound because some predecessor board said it was the intention to have it done by the second meeting of September.
You all set, Alderman Jettie?
I just would like to follow up. You know, I understand what I guess what you're saying to us is that we can go ahead and vote on this and without fear of getting into trouble. But you know, we're a nation of laws. We're a city of laws. And we've adopted ordinances and we ought to abide by them. To have the CFO say, you know, that he does it his way because we've done it that way for a number of years. You know, I guess I would ask him to revisit, you know, read the ordinance and make sure in the future that he does it according to the ordinance. If the ordinance, this isn't a state law, this is our ordinance. And it says we're supposed to include the state enhanced education amount and the county tax amount in this calculation. And you know, I think in the future you ought to do it the way the ordinance says it is. If you think it should be changed, then you know, ask us to change it. And you know, I think this ordinance is just regulating us. I don't know. I haven't done the research. I assume it's not based on a state law. But let's, you know, if we have an ordinance, let's obey. You know, we're asking our citizens to. We're passing ordinances. And we're asking our citizens to obey. We ought to obey our own ordinances. And you know, I'm comforted by the fact that the bond rating companies think so highly of us, and you know, and I accept the Attorney Bolton's recommendation or opinion that we don't have to abide by these dates, but I think we should be. And I think, you know, I think the September 1st date was just an accident, and I don't think anybody you know, did that purposely. And it sounds like it was done on time. For some reason, it didn't get to us. And you know, I hope I don't get into trouble for this, but I thank Alderman T-Boone for bringing this up to our attention. And I would just encourage us to, in the future, make sure we do it the way the ordinance says we should do it, and or change the ordinance. Thank you.
Alderman Clemmons.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I know from just discussions in the budget committee that, you know, it had always been intended to use 4.5 million against the tax rate. That's what we talked about in the budget committee all through the spring and right up until we passed the budget. So I don't think that came as a surprise, or it shouldn't have come as a surprise to anybody. As far as the what the unassigned fund balance would be, I mean, I think, you know, relative to every year, we usually put a little bit aside here and there, but it's always over 10%. And, you know, I think that the way that our CFO has done it, done this calculation and has done this process makes a lot of sense. And I'd be happy to sponsor legislation to change the ordinance so that we can get it aligned with the way that we do business now. Because I have to tell you that we have, number one, the best CFO in the state, probably in New England, and I would argue the country. And two, we ought to be doing things the way that he suggests that we do it, so that we can continue to have our AAA bond rating. So if there's something in the ordinance that needs to be changed, I'm happy to sponsor that and get it done so that we're in aligned with how we should be doing this, which is the way that we've been doing it the last 10 years. Thank you.
Anyone else? Alderman Lopez.
Yeah, Alderman Clemmons largely took the words out of my mouth, but I always have more. So I just wanted to extend to CFO Griffin my support as well, because I mean, CFO Griffin has been working here despite, or you know, without change to all of the boards that have come and gone and the aldermen who've been elected and not. And I think it's largely because of his leadership and guidance that we've had such a great bond rating. So if there is a different way to do it, then I think we need to recognize that. And while I agree with Alderman Jettie that we are a nation of laws, we have to apply some common sense to those laws, and we have to make sure that the laws, when we are elected to influence them or update them or change them, that we are doing that in a way that makes sure that the needs of the people are actually being met. And I think if CFO Griffin has a proven track record and can make his case, we need to look at updating the ordinance to that effect, and we should use that knowledge rather than simply following the letter of the law. I don't think the law is really meant to be like a magic spell that if you do it wrong, you summon a lawyer. I think in this case, it's supposed to be guidance on how we do business in the best interest of the city. And it would be getting in our own way to ignore a system or a plan or a presentation just because it was written down a specific way in the past. If we have to make an override here in this situation, then I'm willing to do that. I haven't heard a case for that to be done. But if we need to make changes moving forward so that it's more clearly communicated what the expectations are, I wouldn't mind supporting that as well. I would, however, like to continue to see the letter from the mayor that introduces it presented. And as was discussed at the beginning of this meeting, it would be preferable for that to be done with more advanced notice than has been done this year. All that being said, I recognize we're in the middle of a pandemic and there are difficulties. So I think it's important for us to outline our reasoning, but I think it's also important for us to be somewhat nimble within the context of the law. And I would just remind everybody on the board that that's what Attorney Bolton's here for. He's the one who's guiding us in that particular area. So if he's giving us guidance that says we are empowered to do a certain thing, then I think we should probably take that to heart.
Thank you, Alderman Lopez. Anyone else? Seeing no one, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alderman O'Brien,
Yes.
Alderman Clee,
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly,
Yes.
Alderman Dowd,
Yes.
Alderman Karen,
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons,
Yes.
Alderman Lopez,
Yes.
Alderman Tenza,
Yes.
Alderwoman Lou,
Yes.
Alderman Jettie,
Yes.
Alderman Schmidt,
Yes.
Alderman Laws,
Yes.
Alderman Cleaver,
Yes.
Alderman Harriet Gathright,
Yes.
Alderman Wiltshire.
Yes.
We have 15 yeas and 0 nays.
That motion carries. Resolution 20-67 is declared duly adopted.
Second reading of Resolution R 2068, relative to the use of United States Department of Housing and Urban Development Home Investment Partnership Program funds for acquisition and rehabilitation of 82 to 92 Amherst Street.
Alderwoman Kelly.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to move for final passage of R 20-068 by roll call, and I'd like to speak to it, please.
Alderwoman Kelly.
Thank you. This piece of legislation was reviewed at the Human Affairs Committee, and the developer, Mr. Worth, came and the committee had a good conversation around this piece of legislation. It is to allow Mr. Worth to work on a new affordable housing project in Nashua, which we know we gravely need. And so his qualifications, he did this recently on Harbor Ave, and it was a really beautiful project that he brought forth. So I hope that everyone will support this, and I thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Kelly. Any discussion on the motion for final passage? Alderman Clee.
Thank you, Madam President. And I want to echo Alderwoman Kelly's remarks. It was a really good presentation. He spoke to how he can change these and still be able to maintain the people that live within there. As vacancies would come, he would relocate people possibly to the new areas and so on. I just think it's an incredible plan. I think it's something that we really need. That's a beautiful area right there on Amherst Street. And I hope the entire board will unanimously vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? The motion before us is for final passage of Resolution 2068. Seeing no one, will the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien,
Yes.
Alderman Clee,
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly,
Yes.
Alderman Dowd,
Yes.
Alderman Karen,
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons,
Yes.
Alderman Lopez,
Yes.
Alderman Tenza,
Yes.
Alderwoman Lou,
Yes.
Alderman Jettie,
Yes.
Alderman Schmidt,
Yes.
Alderman Laws,
Yes.
Alderman Cleaver,
Yes.
Alderman Harriet Gathright,
Yes.
and Alderman Wiltshire.
Yes.
You have 15 yeas and 0 nays.
That motion carries. Resolution 2068 is declared duly adopted.
Second reading of Resolution R 2069, relative to the reappropriation of fiscal year FY 2021 escrows.
Alderman Clemmons.
Thank you, Madam President. I would move to amend R 20-069 by replacing it with the goldenrod copy of amendments made at last night's Budget Review Committee by roll call.
Motion is to amend. Is there discussion on that motion?
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons.
Thank you. As was stated previously by the budget chairman, what was added, so what we are amending in this is we are taking $100,000, and forgive me, I don't have it, but it's $100,000 out of the surf line and putting it to the police overtime for major crimes. So we're adding that line. So there's no change to the bottom line figure, but there is a change to the surf, and then of course adding it to that police account, which that police account right now only has, I think it's less than $300 or less than $400. So they definitely need, the police department definitely needs this this change. So I would kindly ask my colleagues to support this amendment.
Anyone else? Alderman Lou?
Could I just have some guidance on whether, I like this change, but I have questions about other items. So would now be the better time to ask those questions, or after the vote on the amended copy?
You could do either. You could wait until we get to those lines, or you could make your comments now.
Well, as many of you know, I was at the meeting last night, but I couldn't get audio. And so I had hoped to have most of my questions answered. But there were a lot of line items that were not discussed, and I've tried to get answers to them today, and some of them I have. I want to apologize for the time it will take to ask a couple of questions, but I would like to. One question I have is, during budgeting, how is it that we didn't budget the police department's expendable trust fund? Was that just something that we didn't get to because of a tight budget? I am not on the budget committee, and I'm not privy to that.
Yes, that's the case.
Thank you. On the riverfront lighting, I had a question into the economic development department. I didn't get an answer, and my question is, isn't this a TIF, part of the TIF district that currently exists?
You want me to answer that, Madam President?
Yeah, Mayor, please do.
Yes, so there is a TIF district, tax increment financing district, that covers the riverfront and many of the adjacent parcels. And it generates a certain amount of income per year, and that income is directed into the riverfront, the implementation of the riverfront master plan, which was adopted by the Board of Aldermen several years ago. A very extensive, I think a very good project that will add a lot to the city. And I think your question, which I just saw late in the day, and so I couldn't, didn't have time to answer it in writing, but the plan is ultimately, when the major portions of the project are finally designed, and they're in design now, is to bond for those improvements and to pay for the bond out of the money generated from the TIF, as your question just suggested. But in the initial stages here, both for the design work, which is going on now, and we've hired a design firm, and they're designing many of the aspects of the riverfront master plan that you could see either in the master plan or in other drawings and the like that have been done since. But the initial stages, the design work and this lighting project, we are just paying for out of the money that has come in, just paying cash, because we haven't yet, bond has not been authorized, and we haven't yet been able to determine exactly which, until we get the design and an actual price estimate, a detailed price estimate. And rather than simply an order of magnitude, we don't know exactly which portions of the plan we could do, maybe all, but maybe not quite, for the money that the bond that could be covered by the income generated within the TIF. So here in the early years, before we do the bond issue, we're proposing, and you've adopted the idea of paying for the design out of current funds, and then this proposal would pay for the remainder of the lighting project There's some money allocated towards it already. Would pay for the remainder of the lighting project with this escrowed money. Again, as I said, the current funds have been used for the design and for part of the lighting project. Now, I think this will add a lot to the river. You know, it will provide lighting along the river walks on north, particularly on the north side, but some on the south, between the Main Street Bridge and the Cotton Transfer Bridge. And it will also light the Cotton Transfer Bridge. I think you'll see a very significant transformation in the just the appearance and the walkability and the safety of the riverfront, even though it's really safe, but certainly being lighted will make that more obvious. So this will be a big step forward for the downtown. I think we have seen how people have taken to the riverfront idea, and we've seen that through just the increase in activity on the water, but also, as we talked about last night, the lighted kayak events, which have been held now twice without the city's involvement at all, just spontaneous events done by Nashvans, which started a few weeks ago. There was one, and then probably it doubled or tripled in size for this on this last Saturday night. So I think that provides an answer to we think we should do this project now because it's been designed, because we've partially allocated the money already. And if we don't do it now, you know, it will wait a year or two, or could wait at least a year. And it seems like, given the value of the project to the city, it's worth proceeding in the short term rather than waiting for a bond issue.
I have a follow-up.
Alderman Loop.
Thank you. So this is part of the TIF district. Thank you. My concern is, I love what we're doing to the riverfront. A couple of concerns I have are I don't know what else could be done with these funds, because I don't understand if we project a $5 million problem with the retirement fund system in the near future, then why we would not keep things unallocated. But I'm confused about, the TIF district will segment the captured value and devote that strictly to the TIF district. But prior to that, we're spending our general funds on the TIF district. So it just, to me, doesn't seem like the process that we've described in establishing a TIF district. I'm kind of surprised that we've had that TIF district for about 3 or 4 years. And so I have other questions, and I'm sorry to all of you. I would have liked to ask these last night.
Can I answer just part of that?
Yes.
So TIF district, I think I can say, did not really generate funds until 2019. And the initial funds really have been used to pay for the initial, part of this lighting project and the design. The design is quite expensive. And that is ongoing now with the design firm and their whole team of associated expertise entities that have various different expertise. So sure, the money could be allocated to something else. I mean, that's always true, but it seems like this would be a big step forward, would really enhance the river, something we could do right now. And part of the money is already there. it's been fully designed. This has been fully designed, unlike the rest of the project, because this was a little bit ahead, because we've been trying to light the river for some time. This has been some years in duration, even before the TIF district this started, because we wanted to do this several years ago, but as we got into it, we discovered that there needed to be the electric infrastructure needed to be improved and added to in order to enable this lighting to actually take place. So, and I don't have the exact dates, but going back pre the TIF, we were working to, we wanted to do the project, but then we discovered, oh my God, the electric infrastructure is not sufficient. So now we have to get a design for the electrical work. We had to then go out to bid. We hired an electrical contractor to come in and make the improvements near the river, extend the lines and all that kind of thing. So that delayed this, and really this started before the TIF district, and it's taken much longer than we had hoped in the beginning because of all the electrical work that was required. And so now it's sort of half paid for, nearly half paid for, and it seemed like worthwhile to just go ahead and complete it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought that when we create a TIF district that we bond, and so that excess, or not the excess, the captured value, which is received in tax revenues, goes to pay a bond. I thought that's the way that whole mechanism worked.
Excuse me, it does, you're right. But I mean, you're right. That's what is one possibility and probably the way that we will go, but it's not it's not exclusive. I mean, you can also, and we're proposing it here, if there's a little bit of a gap this year, we can fill it with appropriated funds. But you're right, with escrow, appropriated but unexpended funds in this case. But you're right, yes, the basic concept is that of the TIF district is that, as explained at the time it was adopted, would be to, as you said, bond the project and then pay for the bonds out of the TIF district. But you could go a different way. You could just go out of, you could make the decision, you, the Board of Aldermen, the city, could decide, well, we're just going to do it incrementally with cash, but just pay as we go. But in the end, I think we'll recommend that we do the approach you've described. But right now, this seems like it's worth doing. At least I proposed it, obviously, in my judgment and the judgment of the others involved, community development, Sarah Marchand, Tim Cummings, and everybody, and the TIF board there's an advisory board, and in their judgment, it's worth doing this.
Thank you. I just feel the need to ask these questions about these things because I would have liked to just sit in on the meeting and heard the discussion, but I understand this is the process I heard, but it seems as though this year, I don't understand why we don't hold back on some of, I may just not understand why that you need to spend this money, or it goes away.
One thing you asked about was the retirement problem.
Yes.
The using one-time money, which is what this is, I mean, doesn't really solve that problem, because it sort of diminishes the problem for 1 year, but then the next year your problem is sort of greater because you don't have this one-time money to replace. In other words, our budget is going up 4 to 5 million, but 4 because of this change that was made, or 4 point something. you know, you use a few $100,000 against that 4 million in year one, but you don't have that money in year two. So now you get you get hit in year two. So we could say we're never going to do another capital project, but I think we need to try to balance the need for city betterment projects with the ability to pay. I mean, I love the riverfront, don't get me wrong, but I love the park that is proposed for and has been designed for the library plaza.
Mm.
I think that would be a tremendous addition to the city, but we don't, it costs a lot more than this $400,000. We don't have the money. So even though I would love to do that project, I did not propose the expenditure of any money towards that. One factor in that judgment is that we can complete this lighting for the money that you see here. And so you kind of balance how much good will this do versus how much can we afford? I mean, the park would be great, but it's a lot more expensive than this, and we simply don't have the money. We can probably, I think we can squeeze this money out and do the lighting project. So it will be a big improvement, and it will be a big improvement and one-time money towards a annual year after year after year increase like what the state has imposed on us. Helps us a little in year one, but in year two, it's not there. So in the end, we really haven't solved the problem. In the end, the taxpayers are going to have to pay for it year after year after year, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you. I have a few other questions on the non-like and like escrows. And I'm basing these questions basically on, why don't we save the money for a rainy day? But $50,000 seems like a lot to get a plan for the dog park. I have a hard time understanding why our staff can't come up with. I don't understand why that would in this year why we would do that. But also I'm confused by the operating expenses being in here, because I thought operating expenses were fully paid for in the 21 budget. Those are operating expenses.
I could address those two if you wish.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so the dog park, we have a group of passionate citizens who really want and have worked hard to establish the dog park in the downtown area. And I get the point of view that might seem not like a necessity. But here's why, if we're going to do it, this money would be necessary. The parcel that has been located is at the entrance to Mine Falls Park, which is right next to the NIMCO building. I think you probably are familiar with that building, and between that and Bag Show, you walk down the hill and into the park. But as you do that, to your left, as you get down to the bottom of the hill, before you actually enter the park, there's a grassy field to the left with a radio antenna in it. But it's, a few acres. Now that is not actually, the park doesn't start, believe it or not, till you get beyond that field, and then there's a sign. And you kind of enter the more wilderness area. And that field is owned by the Nashua, New Hampshire, by the Millyard Association, which is a co-op, basically, of Millyard owners, of which we are some, because we acquired some parcels for the Broad Street Parkway. So it's, it's all the mill yard owners, Clock Tower, Bagshaw, the city, others. We own, like NIMCO puts us in that group. And there's a couple of other parcels we own. Some on the Mill Yard Association advocate that they develop that parcel for some other use. Now, the riverfront experts that we have, it used to be Madeline Minot and now it's Deb Chisholm, believe that that parcel is not developable because it is in the floodplain. But unfortunately, I think we have to persuade the mill yard owners that that is the case. And in order to persuade them, we're going to need more than just, Deb Chisholm's opinion. We need an expert. To get that expert costs money. So what we would use the money for, if you appropriate it, is to do the groundwork, the expertise, the justification to convince the Mill Yard Association that it is not a developable parcel, and therefore they should just allow the dog park to use the land with the based on the argument that you can't really use it for anything else. Why not do something nice like this? Now that's the dog park. Now your other question had to do with the operating fund. So as you see, I think you've asked about line, I forget which one, it's like the 57,000, whatever line that is.
Okay, yeah,
35 or something.
yeah, 29.
29. So that has to do with the operation of the Mine Falls Dam. Now, in about 2015, and it might have been 14, but I was an alderman then, so I know it was one of those 2 years. The city acquired full rights to the Mine Falls Dam. The city, owned the dam, but had leased it long term. This goes back to like in the 70s. Had leased it long term to a private operator, and they made the hydroelectric improvements. So they turned it into a hydroelectric station generating power, and we got a very small amount of revenue, and they got the operating money from selling the power. At some point in the agreement, with like 10 years left, the city had the right to buy out the remainder of the lease. And at the time, a financial analysis was done, and the administration, then under Mayor Lozo, proposed that we buy out the dam, buy out the lease, and thereby capture then get full ownership, basically full control. We thought, the argument was, and I agreed with it, that we could take, they were not taking very good care of the dam, and we could do much better on our own, in terms of getting it up to snuff, so to speak, fixed up, and it needs to be relicensed as well by FERC. Every periodically needs to be relicensed. So the dam came with a lot of problems. It's like buying, an old house, and they knew that when the city administration, the people who were working on it at the time, it was Madeline Minot at the time, who was very capable, but understood that we'd need to make a lot of improvements, and thought that they could make those improvements over time. You buy an old house, one year you fix the roof, another year you redo the kitchen or whatever. And what happened here is that during the course of this past year, something broke, and Sarah Marchant would have to get deeply into the details, or Deb Chisholm, but something broke, which they hadn't anticipated would break as quickly as it did. And say all of a sudden, the shingles blew off the roof. You didn't really think that was going to happen this year. You thought it might happen next year. So but the repairs had to be made from there's a reserve account on this as well. The repairs had to be made, which they were, but that caused, because of the necessity to make the repairs, that caused the total amount spent between operations and repairs to be higher than had been projected by $57,000. And so there it is. Keep in mind that the dams are generating for the city, somewhere in the vicinity of $1.2 million in revenue every year. So really, we're only directing, conceptually, a small part of the revenue of the dams into this.
Just a follow-up, please.
Yeah.
So I think Mayor Donchis, the answers. We made capital improvements out of the operating fund, the operating budget.
Correct.
In the past, and so we're just replenishing that.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. It didn't make sense to me to have the operating expenses, but I appreciate your patience with me. I want to just recommend that we consider not putting money into the barriers until we decide whether we want to do that. On
the barriers, committing the money now does not commit you to buying the barriers, but what it does is it makes it possible that if you want to do that, you can. If the money isn't reserved now, you exclude that possibility. And if the decision were made now, obviously, for reasons that we could discuss, and it's pretty late now, so I won't get into my whole thing about what that has done for the city. But if we didn't go ahead, then the money would go into surplus next year. But if we don't reserve the money in the escrows now, that excludes then there's no funds budgeted to do next year. And we would be saying we can't do the barriers next year because we don't have any money for it.
The money would, okay, so I think that was one of my first questions. If we don't, anything that we don't move, then it goes into the.
It will come back next year, at the end of the year. We still have it,
We'll still have access to it, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you everyone for your patience. I'm sorry that I had to ask these questions tonight. I'm all set.
Thank you. Alderman, we are considering the amendment to 20-69. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien,
Yes.
Alderman Clee,
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly,
Yes.
Alderman Dowd,
Yes.
Alderman Karen,
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons,
Yes.
Alderman Lopez,
Yes.
Alderman Tenza,
Yes.
Alderwoman Lou,
Yes.
Alderman Jettie,
Yes.
Alderman Schmidt,
Yes.
Alderman Laws,
Yes.
Alderman Cleaver,
Yes.
Alderman Harriet Gathright,
Yes.
Alderman Wiltshire.
Yes,
You have 15 yeas and 0 nays.
and that motion carries. Alderman Clemmons.
Thank you. I move for final passage of R 2069 as amended by roll call.
You've heard the motion. Discussion on the motion. Alderman Dowd.
Yes, I recommend that we pass this and allow the mayor and his staff to spend the monies that are allocated in these various lines. And I know they will do that judiciously, and if there are changes, they will come back to us. So, thank you.
Anyone else? Alderman Lu.
Thank you. I am very, I want to really encourage everyone to consider holding off on the $410,000 for riverfront lighting. I love the idea, but I think it's important when we have a tax incentive area project that we ensure that as those tax increases happen, that they don't just go into that they're put toward what they're supposed to be put toward, which is the improvements in that district. I also want to encourage. So I'd like to move to amend.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we remove line 32 and also line 35 from the transfer, and we leave it in the general fund.
Okay, that's your motion?
Yeah, I'm referring to the 410,000 and the 200,000. One for the street, the lighting, and one for the barriers.
So the barriers are, okay. You've heard the motion. Discussion on that motion. Alderman Clemmons.
Thank you. I can understand the argument for the riverfront project, the lighting. I get that. Whereas we have a TIF district, I can see that. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think that if we have this money, I think we should spend it on that project because, as the mayor said, we can complete it. But I definitely am not in support of not allocating the money for the barriers. That being on the Downtown Improvement Committee and also being very connected to the business folks downtown, I can tell you without a doubt that the barriers have made a tremendous amount of difference to our downtown community. Putting those up definitely saved business. But in addition to that, it drew people to our downtown that might not have otherwise come and might not have otherwise seen what a great place our community is. That's particularly important because we set ourselves apart as a community that overcame the obstacle of the COVID-19 pandemic by swiftly acting. And really, that was the biggest change to downtown in Nashua in my lifetime. And I was born here in 1982, and I can tell you that nothing in Nashua ever happens overnight, and that happened overnight, and it was for good. And because this community came together and we responded to an action that was really largely outside of our control, but we did things to help our local businesses stay in business. with that being said, the program was a success. And so we have gotten requests from the businesses and from many of the patrons that go downtown to continue that project, and to do it next year and to do it year over year. If we, as the mayor stated, if we do not fund the $200,000 with the escrow, then we will find it hard to find that money to continue the project if we so desire in next year. If we decide later on that we don't want to do it for whatever reason, we can always put that money back. The thing about the escrows are they're already money. It's money that we've already taken from taxpayers. So this isn't, none of these expenditures are costing taxpayers any more money. We've already taken it from them. We've already taken it from them. We have it in the bank. So we're not costing anybody anymore, really, in theory, by doing this. Because if the motion that is before us passes, the money is just going to lapse into the general fund, which will increase the unexpended fund balance that we were talking about earlier in the previous conversation, which we've already heard from the CFO is at a balance that is good enough to get us a AAA bond rating with 2 different credit agencies. So for all of those reasons, I can't support this amendment, and I hope my colleagues will consider not supporting it as well.
Alderman Clee.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to echo much of what Alderman Clemens said, especially about the barriers. The issue that I would have with us not putting money aside, this year we were able to do it because of CARES money and so on. So we were able to use that money that we didn't have, that had not been quote unquote appropriated or budgeted or whatever. I slightly disagree with, we've already taken the money, therefore we should spend it. I don't necessarily believe in that. But in this particular case, I think it's good. I think that it's necessary. I believe that this is something we're going to continue year after year. I think it made downtown quite easy to move around. Everybody I talked to absolutely loved it. We had a hard time getting used to some of the traffic patterns. I will agree that sometimes the noise downtown is not all that conducive. We had people that were literally going back and up and down the streets. I don't know for what reason, but in the end, this is good for business. It's good for downtown Nashua. And I think we should put this money aside as if we had budgeted it. I mean, obviously, we came up with this idea after basically the budget had gone through. So we used the CARES money for it. If we don't budget it, then I think we're not being fiscally responsible because we're going to have to take it from somewhere else sometime down the road. So I am, for that reason, I cannot support this.
Alderman Lopez.
Yeah, I just wanted to also express my support for the downtown barriers. That is the #1 thing that the businesses downtown have asked for us to continue. There's a lot of interest and enthusiasm for it. And as Alderman Clemens says, it really did reshape the downtown into a much better communal space, particularly in the areas where there's multiple restaurants and they're all collectively having outdoor dining. Maybe a couple of them have some outdoor music. It also creates a space where people who aren't necessarily engaged in that particular scene can pleasantly walk and be involved in downtown, listen to music, and feel like they're included. So for that, I think it's done a lot for the city's morale at a time when we really needed it. And I think next year, when we're looking at people coming back out, we really, really want to encourage that behavior to continue, because we can have restaurants all just clam back up and go back to worrying about their own space all by themselves, or we could take this opportunity to have a vibrant downtown that is interactive and works together and shares a population and a commitment to that group. So I want to see that continue, and I want to see that sense of camaraderie that the outdoor dining has created. And I know businesses really, really do too. So for that, I am unwavering in my support for. With regards to the riverfront project, I have never been the most like vocally enthusiastic supporter of the riverfront project because I just really never understood the vision of it. Particularly when all the trees were wiped out last year, I just couldn't understand why we were doing that to a riverfront. But over the summer, the grass is growing in. National Area Kayak Exploration Destination, Naked, has been much more active. People have been out using and enjoying the riverfront. And as the mayor and Lori have said, you can see it so much better and more clearly. I think that's also very good for our downtown community and our downtown climate. The area where the improvements are, if I understand correctly, is actually Ward 3. But that area has had a lot of new housing being put in. It has a lot of potential use for people for taking walks. We started the whole green scooter bicycles project last year, and then we had to stop it this year. But I think all those things really are going to come into play next year when we need them to, because next year we're going to really want to see an economic return to vitality downtown. We're going to really want to see people coming back out and enjoying Nashua. And we need to encourage that. And to be very blunt, I don't have the same optimism that other members of the board do for the Performing Arts Center. So I think this is a much more cost-effective mechanism, an incremental investment in downtown that is going to pay dividends. I understand that we have a tax increment financing district in that area, but I also understand there's a lot of work to be done in that area, and there's going to be a lot of maintenance and upkeep to be done too. So I don't want to try to count the same money twice. If we have the opportunity to do it now with a surplus that can be invested effectively now at this year's rates and start capitalizing on that next year, I think we should do it.
All set, Alderman Lopez? Anyone else? Alderman Kelly?
Thank you. I wanted to first express my thank you to everybody really for digging in on this issue, and Alderman Liu in particular. I thank you for bringing your questions forward. I don't think you should be apologizing for that at all. I don't feel that the particular projects that were pulled out that you were looking at are the right ones to be pulling. So I'm not going to support this amendment, but I do appreciate that we're digging in and really talking about this. So thanks.
Anyone else? Alderman Liu?
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to a couple of things. I don't think that this amendment will make any difference to the unassigned fund balance, because my understanding is it's assigned to one thing now. I could be wrong, and it's being requested to be put into some other category. I just think there's my perspective is when we put this into my perspective is this will prevent the decision of funding the barriers from being a decision that's made at the committee level. And because if it's a $72,000, do I have that right? Expenditure will only go to the finance committee. And by leaving it there, I just feel that there's nothing preventing us from spending it on barriers at some later point. I mean, it's just, this doesn't mean we're doing the barriers. And the amendment doesn't mean we're not doing the barriers. And I don't understand, and I dispute the idea that if we don't move it into the barriers now, it will be hard for us to do it later, because the money will still be there. Thank you.
Anyone
Madam
else?
President, may I
Attorney Bolton?
correct something that was said?
Yes.
Any money that is in surplus that is not designated to be escrowed in this manner does lapse into undesignated fund balance. So if this amendment passes, that amount of money that is struck from this resolution increases the undesignated fund balance. That's not really here or there. You can do that if you want to do that. If in the future, later in the fiscal year, there's a decision to, again, narrow Main Street by the use of barriers, and there was going to be a supplemental appropriation from fund balance, that would require 10 votes, not a simple majority. So it does impact the ease with which it could be done next year or in the course of the year.
Any further discussion on the amendment to remove the 410 from the riverfront lighting and the cost of barriers for 200,000? Alderman Cleaver.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. These two line items are very important to the downtown. Both are important, both are long-standing and proven to be beneficial. We have to go forward with this. I think it would be ridiculous to try and remove those funds at this point.
Thank you, Alderman Cleaver. Anyone else? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien,
No.
Alderman Clee,
No.
Alderwoman Kelly,
No.
Alderman Dowd,
No.
Alderman Karen,
No.
Alderman Clemmons,
No.
Alderman Lopez,
No.
Alderman Tenza,
No.
Alderwoman Lou,
Yes.
Alderman Jettie,
No.
Alderman Schmidt,
No.
Alderman Laws,
No.
Alderman Cleaver,
No.
Alderman Harriet Gathright,
No.
Alderman Wilshire.
No.
You have 1 yay and 14 nays.
And that motion carries. So we are back to Alderman Clemmons' motion for final passage as amended.
I think you meant the motion fails.
Failed.
I'm sorry, the motion fails. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Thank you. Alderman Clemmons.
No, I just wanted to clarify.
Okay, been a long night. Okay, so the motion before us is for final passage as amended. Further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien,
Yes.
Alderman Clee,
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly,
Yes.
Alderman Dowd,
Yes.
Alderman Karen,
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons,
Yes.
Alderman Lopez,
Yes.
Alderman Tenza,
Yes.
Alderwoman Lou,
No.
Alderman Jettie,
Yes.
Alderman Schmidt,
Yes.
Alderman Laws,
Yes.
Alderman Cleaver,
Yes.
Alderman Harriet Gathright,
Yes.
Alderman Wilshire.
Yes.
You have 14 yeas, 1 nay.
And that motion carries and resolution 2069 is declared duly adopted as amended.
Second reading of resolution R 2070, relative to the acceptance and appropriation of $294,676 from the New Hampshire Charitable Foundation into Public Health and Community Services Grant Activity, Community Health Worker Support to Vulnerable Populations.
Alderman Karen.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I'd like to make a motion for final passage of R-20-070 by roll call.
You've heard the motion. Is there discussion on that motion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien,
Yes.
Alderman Clee,
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly,
Yes.
Alderman Dowd,
Yes.
Alderman Karen,
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons,
Yes.
Alderman Lopez,
Yes.
Alderman Tenza,
Yes.
Alderwoman Lou,
Yes.
Alderman Jettie,
Yes.
Alderman Schmidt,
Yes.
Alderman Laws,
Yes.
Alderman Cleaver,
Yes.
Alderman Harriet Gathright,
Yes.
Alderman Wiltshire.
Yes.
You have 15 yeas and 0 nays.
And that motion carries, and resolution 20-70 is declared duly adopted.
Second reading of resolution R 2072, relative to the acceptance and appropriation of $356,046 from the U.S. Department of Transportation, Federal Transit Administration, and $26,828 from the State of New Hampshire Department of Transportation into transfer grant activity, low or no emission grant program.
Alderwoman Kelly.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to move for final passage of R 20-072 by roll call.
You've heard the motion. Is there discussion on that motion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien,
Yes.
Alderman Clee,
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly,
Yes.
Alderman Dowd,
Yes.
Alderman Karen,
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons,
Yes.
Alderman Lopez,
Yes.
Alderman Tenza,
Yes.
Alderwoman Lou,
Yes.
Alderman Jettie,
Yes.
Alderman Schmidt,
Yes.
Alderman Laws,
Yes.
Alderman Cleaver,
Yes.
Alderman Harriet Gathright,
Yes.
Alderman Wiltshire.
Yes.
You have 15 yeas and 0 nays.
And that motion carries. Resolution 20-72 is declared duly adopted. Unfinished business ordinances.
Second reading of ordinance O-20-008, changing the starting time of the overnight parking time limit restriction in certain locations.
Alderman Clemmons.
Thank you. I'd like to move for indefinite postponement of ordinance 20-008 by roll call, and I'd like to briefly speak to that.
Alderman Clemmons.
Thank you. This is this was a companion piece to the legislation that we disposed of earlier this year, which would have changed the serving time to 2 a.m. The theory behind this particular ordinance was that if we were to change that serving time to 2 a.m., then we would have had to change the parking. Obviously, we declined that. This was left in committee, and then COVID-19 happened, and we forgot to basically move it out. So this is sort of housekeeping to just remove this because it's an unnecessary piece of legislation at this point.
Thank you, Alderman Clemmons. Is there discussion on the motion for indefinite postponement? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien,
Yes.
Alderman Clee,
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly,
Yes.
Alderman Dowd,
Yes.
Alderman Karen,
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons,
Yes.
Alderman Lopez,
No.
Alderman Tenza,
Yes.
Alderman Woman Lou,
Yes.
Alderman Jettie,
Yes.
Alderman Schmidt,
Yes.
Alderman Laws,
No.
Alderman Cleaver,
Yes.
Alderman Harriet Gathright,
Yes.
Alderman Wiltshire.
Yes.
You have 13 yeas and 2 nays.
That motion carries, and ordinance 20-008 is declared indefinitely postponed. Alderwoman Kelly,
I would like to take 020-017 from the table.
the motion is to take ordinance 2017 from the table. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien,
Yes.
Alderman Clee,
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly,
Yes.
Alderman Dowd,
Yes.
Alderman Karen,
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons,
Yes.
Alderman Lopez,
Yes.
Alderman Tenza,
Yes.
Alderwoman Lou,
Yes.
Alderman Jettie,
Yes.
Alderman Schmidt,
Yes.
Alderman Laws,
Yes.
Alderman Cleaver,
Yes.
Alderman Harriet Gathright,
Yes.
Alderman Wiltshire.
Yes,
You have 15 yeas and 0 nays.
and that motion carries. Alderwoman Kelly.
Yes, I would like to move for indefinite postponement of 020-017 and speak to it, please.
Alderwoman Kelly.
Thank you. I want to clear this off the books. I think we've done a good job with the other things we've done downtown for businesses, including the barriers. So November 1st is just in the corner. So let's clear it.
Okay, the motion is for indefinite postponement. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien,
Yes.
Alderman Clee,
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly,
Yes.
Alderman Dowd,
Yes.
Alderman Karen,
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons,
Yes.
Alderman Lopez,
No.
Alderman Tenza,
Yes.
Alderwoman Lou,
Yes.
Alderman Jettie,
Yes.
Alderman Schmidt,
Yes.
Alderman Laws,
Yes.
Alderman Cleaver,
Yes.
Alderman Harriet Gathright,
Yes.
Alderman Wiltshire.
Yes,
You have 14 yeas and 1 nay.
and that motion carries. Ordinance 20-17 has been indefinitely postponed.
Second reading of ordinance 02029, supplemental requirements relative to space coverings.
Alderman Karen.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I'd like to make a motion to amend 0-20-029 by replacing it with the goldenrod copy of amendments made at the Personnel Administrative Affairs Committee by roll call. And I would ask if Attorney Bolton would explain the amendments to the board. Thank you.
Attorney Bolton.
Yes, the amendment adds section 17.
Okay, the motion is for final, the motion is to amend by replacing ordinance 20-29 with the goldenrod copy. Alderman Jettie.
Yeah, could Attorney Bolton elaborate what section 17 is?
Section 17 concerns the documentation if someone claims to have been advised by their healthcare provider that wearing a mask would be a risk to their health. It had been pointed out that the the current version of the ordinance, the current requirement, was not expressed, was more vague. So this essentially defines what we mean by a healthcare provider, makes it clear that the documentation has to express that the healthcare provider has advised the individual that wearing a mask would pose a risk to their health. So it makes more explicit the current requirement.
Thank you.
The motion is to amend. Further discussion on that motion.
Madam President?
Alderman Karen?
Yes, thank you. A A quick question to all, Attorney Bolton. If we don't approve this amendment, it doesn't change the fact that we still have this mask ordinance. Am I correct?
You are correct. It does not affect the current requirements that you adopted by ordinance 20-018.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Lopez.
Good question to Attorney Bolton as well, just because one of the communications we have had some misinterpretation of it, I think. So I just wanted to clarify. Is the ordinance requiring any businesses to block people from entering their business?
No, the word block is not contained in the ordinance.
So the intention is that if somebody were not to serve somebody coming in the business and that person refused to leave, they would then call the police and let the police handle it like they would any other situation where someone was not following their rules.
It is exactly the same thing as if someone walks into a restaurant or a grocery store without wearing shoes. It is the exact same thing.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else? Alderman Lou.
Thank you. Just 2 points. I want to clarify, there's a little more to it than just the requirement for a note if you're not going to wear a mask. Isn't there also the change that proprietors or managers are ordained to not permit or to not permit or not transact it's late, to do a transaction with someone that does not wear a mask.
When I described section 17, which is the amendment that was made, that just concerned the document from the medical provider. There are 15 other, or 16, well, actually, no, because it starts with number 10. There are a total of 7 other provisions in this ordinance, one of which prohibits a business from transacting business, from providing goods or services to people in violation of this ordinance or ordinance 20-018. And as I said just a few minutes ago, it's precisely the same as if someone walked into a restaurant without wearing shoes. Current law provides that a restaurant cannot serve someone who's not wearing shoes. It would make this the same thing. If they're not wearing a face covering, this law would prevent that restaurant from serving that person. Similarly with a store or any other place of business.
Thank you. Could I just follow up?
Yes.
I didn't mean to be argumentative. I wanted to establish that there are a couple small changes. It's exactly like the public health requirement to wear shoes, but this amendment is not exactly like the standing ordinance in terms of what the store owners are expected to do, if I'm correct. So there are a couple of changes. And one of them does speak to the requirement that a store owner take some ownership of this. Attorney Bolton, if you'll recall, I sent you a question and I said, my understanding of the wording of the ordinance as proposed just says that an owner has to put a sign in the window. That's new. There wasn't anything previously that said there has to be a sign in the window. And that's all I'm trying to establish, that there are a couple of different changes in this ordinance, additions to the prior ordinance. But I just want to finish up because you
May I interrupt here? I never said there weren't other additions. There are 7 new provisions in this. I can speak to every one of those 7. Previously, I was asked about the difference between as originally proposed and as amended this evening. As amended this evening, it only adds section 17. The section 10 through section 16 are new and different from what previously had been in ordinance 20-018. So I'm not trying to mislead anyone. All of this stuff is in addition to what was in ordinance 20-018. So if you want me to speak to each one, I can. If you have specific questions about any one of them, I can speak to it. But yes, there are 7 new provisions that will become law if this passes.
Could I just respond?
Yes.
Attorney Bolton, I apologize. It was a misunderstanding on my part. I didn't follow the discussion, I think. And I understand now that there was there was a recent further amendment to the amendment. I didn't realize you were answering. So hope you accept my sincere apology. I was actually just discussing that because I wanted to lead into what I feel is a helpful thing to keep in mind is that you and I had some communication a week ago or so, and I felt like in my mind, knowing that I asked you, doesn't this mean that a business owner simply must, tell them that they don't have permission to enter without wearing a mask? They're not required to bar or physically, you clarified to me in your response, they're not responsible for if that person forces their way in, but they are expected to, to communicate that they cannot do business with them per the Board of Health. Sorry for that misunderstanding. I did think that Attorney Jetty's, or whoever asked it, question was, what is this whole amendment about? I didn't realize that they were questioning the most recent change. So I thought
Point of order, we're only discussing the addition, the amendment, which is the addition of the paragraph 17, and not the original, not the basic ordinance. So we're only addressing what Attorney Bolton just described as paragraph 17, which has to do with the doctor's thing. None of the other parts of are under discussion at the moment.
All right, thank you. All right, well, if I could just finish my comment, just to wrap that up, is that I was offering that for the public as an explanation of why this is a good idea. Thank you.
Anyone else on the amendment? Alderman Clemmons.
Yes, thank you. Briefly, I won't support the amendment because I believe that it is an undue burden to folks to have to go to get a doctor's note when they know their own health risk. And I quite frankly don't think that it is private business owners or the city's responsibility to look into other people's healthcare decisions with their doctor. So I'm going to vote no on this amendment.
Okay, anyone else? Seeing none, the motion is to amend with the goldenrod copy. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien,
Yes.
Alderman Clee,
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly,
Yes.
Alderman Dowd,
Yes.
Alderman Karen,
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons,
No.
Alderman Lopez,
Yes.
Alderman Tenza,
Yes.
Alderwoman Lou,
Yes.
Alderman Jettie,
Yes.
Alderman Schmidt,
Yes.
Alderman Laws,
Yes.
Alderman Cleaver,
Yes.
Alderman Harriet Gathright,
Yes.
Alderman Wilshire.
Yes,
You have 14 yeas and 1 nay.
and that motion carries. Alderman Karen.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to make a motion for final passage of 0-20-029 as amended by roll call.
Motion is for final passage as amended. Discussion on that motion. Alderman Dowd.
Yes, just a few points. This is not a new or a second mask ordinance. We're amending, if you will, the existing mask ordinance of 020-018 to clarify the ordinance and assist in enforcement. The majority of people I talked to in Nashua are strongly in favor of this ordinance. People have written us saying we are taking away their right to choose about wearing a mask. Choice of which laws they want to adhere to. Cannot go into restaurants or stores not wearing a shirt or shoes for health reasons. Those laws come from our health experts, as does this mask ordinance. Wearing masks during this pandemic is requested by the vast majority of scientists and doctors, including the president's own medical experts. This morning, Dr. Fauci reiterated again that we need to wear masks, especially with the number of cases growing in the majority of states, including New Hampshire. Also, we are not asking store employees nor managers to get in arguments or fights with patrons. They simply point out to the patron that just entered, that they passed a sign saying that they should not come into their establishment and cannot be served without wearing a mask. If they give them the hard time for the person or persons involved, they need to get the store manager involved, and if the patrons won't comply, the manager can call the police. I just came back from Upper New York, where the state of New York has done a fantastic job fighting this pandemic. All stores and all restaurants have signs on the doors saying they will not serve you if you come in without a mask. They offer the patron a mask, and if they will not wear one, they are asked to leave. I must say that over 98+% of the people I saw were complying with the law, and those that were not had, I believe, medical reasons for not wearing them, which were fairly obvious. So without masks in Nashua right now, it's the law. We're only clarifying the law with this 020-029. When the Board of Health says it's time to rescind the mask ordinance, we certainly will. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Clee.
Thank you, Madam President. And again, I echo everything that Alderman Dowd has said. When we first put this supplemental out, I started looking at the ADA laws and what cannot be done. And it was very actually to find information as to whether or not this fell within the ADA regulations and laws. And it's even hard to get people like from the ACLU or so on to say yay or nay, because they will be representing those people. So I can understand where they're coming from. But I was able to find on the ADAsoutheast.org a website where they talk about and say that that this does not really fall within the ADA laws. And they went further to say is that, but the best practice is to make sure that you have some kind of, and I'm kind of scrolling here trying to find the exact reasonable modifications is the way they said it. So for instance, if someone wanted to go shopping to the grocery store and they couldn't wear a mask, we've made reasonable modifications and said, if you have a doctor's note, then you can do it. A reasonable modification could be that you can order online and the store will deliver it to your car. That would be a reasonable modification. The problem here, people keep talking about they lose their choice. Well, the flip side of that are those people that are more vulnerable, that may have a pre-existing condition without having this kind of a mandate, they can't go shopping. So if there's anybody's rights that are being stomped on, are those that are probably a little bit more fragile. And I want to protect those people, and I want to make sure that they can go to the grocery store. And I want to make sure that that we do look at everybody, because the bottom line is, yes, some people can't wear a mask. I've read studies of people say that the CO2 kind of I'm sorry, your oxygen level drops, and you're taking in CO2, and and they've done studies where people have the oximeter, I think is what it's called, oximeter, on their finger, and they walk around for 15 minutes, they walk around for 30 minutes, and there's almost no drop in their oxygen level. So I find that very difficult to believe, but I'm sure that someone will come up with as many studies as I say one way, they're going to come up with the other way. The bottom line is, I think we've made reasonable modifications. One of the important things that's in the supplement are for gyms. I know that there are a number of gyms that have been telling people you have to wear face masks when you're on the equipment and the machines. Everybody will tell you, including the CDC, is that when you're doing heavy exercise, you should not be wearing a mask. And I think that's one of the things that we do address in this. So I think it's important that we pass it. I think it's important that we look at all citizens. I can go with and say, okay, the shoes and the shirt and you have to be over 18 to be able to have a drink and so on. And yes, we can put that reasonably to this. But the bottom line is that if I wear a mask, then someone who is more vulnerable, also, if whether or not they do or they don't wear a mask, but they can go shopping. So they can't stop this from happening except for to stay home. And I'll be honest with you, I had an email that came in just before the meeting that basically said to me, if people don't wear a mask, I can't leave my house. And I don't want to see that happening. So I want to be fair to all citizens. And I think we need to pass this. Thank you.
Alderman Cleaver.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam President. Alderman Dowd hit everything right on the key, and everything he said was exactly right. Well done. And I think we have a moral obligation to pass this law. It is the least we can do to protect our citizens, and I think we have to do it. Simply as that.
Alderman Lopez.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that for my part, these legislation amendments and that kind of stuff don't come out of a vacuum. There was a lot of constituent concerns that were coming to me regarding supermarkets, particularly in May, and how adherence was going. And people were starting to show pandemic fatigue at that point. They were already getting tired of being locked up, of having to change their life. Like, it's been a huge and very difficult adjustment process for everybody. But at the same time, there's been a lot of concerns raised by individuals from those businesses too, that they have to serve the public. They don't want to be in a position where they have to confront the public, but the suggestion was made to me that we inadvertently created something of that situation by making it an ordinance that didn't include any responsibilities by businesses, because otherwise the businesses would have to call the police every time somebody did it. So now businesses, as people get fatigued and customers start coming back that are a little less cautious, are being put in a position where they have to say, okay, well, if you're breaking a rule, I don't want to be, I don't want to be a Karen. Sorry, Alderman Karen. I don't want to call the cops on you and all that kind of stuff. This whole cultural pressure. So I think by having a consistent approach where we say, okay, look, everybody's subject to the same ordinance. Aldermen are subject to it. The city shop owners are subject to it. Essential personnel are, non-essential personnel, customers. I think we're doing more to make sure that everybody has the same script. I think that's also the reason why we have to have the posted signs, because some people were kind of creating their own language and their own explanation of what was going on. And that was creating all kinds of debates too. I think it's very important, something that Alderman Liu said at the committee when we were speaking, that there are a lot of different agencies and institutions that are providing public comment and opinions and that things of that nature. And this is the problem with being having a pandemic in your front lawn. Typically, when new diseases are discovered, they're in a far off section of the world, if not, if they are out of our country. They're isolated. Action is taken to keep them from getting out of containment. And then there's time to study them and fully understand what's going on and how they work. We didn't have that this year. In fact, we also had the added burden of social media and instant clicking and 20 million platforms where people could spread memes that very much spread misinformation and confusion, because the scientific process is one of constant refinement. There are absolutes that have always been maintained by our own health professionals. And I think we should look to those, such as the importance of wearing a mask to prevent inadvertently infecting somebody with your germs. I think we have Attorney Bolton sitting right here. If we have legal questions about ADA or any of that kind of stuff, we can ask him. We can have those conversations, and we've been having it. So I think here in Nashua, it would be convenient if at the state level, hint, we figured out how to get some kind of statewide mask ordinance, or at the national level, if there was even any helpful anything coming from there, but there isn't. So we're elected to represent Nashua. We need to look out for our constituents. My constituents say this is a pandemic. They don't want to lose family and friends. Some of them have lost family and friends and have lost people that they care about. And I don't want to see that continuing either. So I support this amendment, and I appreciate that it's being brought forward. I appreciate the disagreements that have been raised, as long as people are being reasonable about how they present them. But I have full faith and confidence in our Board of Health, in our public health professionals, and in their qualifications to advise us appropriately.
Alderman Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam President. I did have a question concerning number 11. What happens to businesses if they do not follow this?
Attorney Bolton.
They have violated the ordinance. If convicted, they're subject to a fine of no more than $1,000.
Interesting. Thank you. I do have a really big issue with this. I imagine a kid, 16 years old, being assigned to stand at the door, and some big guy comes in and says, "I'm not going to wear a mask." That sets that person up for a terrible experience, and I don't know what the answer is at this point. Are we going to monitor what happens at all the shops in the city? Is there any way that we can actually, make sure that this is going to happen and happen correctly? Or will the police be extremely busy running between stores and telling kids everything's going to be okay, don't worry, we'll take care of that guy? Other than that, I wear a mask. I wear a mask even though I have asthma and allergies, and even though I've had asthma attacks climbing a hill with my mask on. But I think everybody should wear it. So this is a really good idea. I think the Nashua mask ordinance really saved the state. We were a barrier between people coming up from Massachusetts and made a difference. And it's a great idea. I'm just really concerned about what's going to happen when we fully get this involved. Thank you.
Alderman Tenza.
Thank you, Madam President. I think largely this new amendment to the mask ordinance does a good job, clarifies things. I appreciate the language that was presented last night and tonight about presenting a note if folks are able to do that and need to do that. My main concern still is shifting some liability back onto businesses, to not necessarily enforce this, but to be making that call and putting themselves in that position. I think I share Alderwoman Schmidt's concern about how the police are going to be involved. I know last night at the committee hearing, Attorney Bolton outlined, and Alderman Dowd outlined it a little bit tonight. All really the business is required to do is bring this issue up with the customer and then alert the police if they're not compliant. Then the police essentially issue that person a trespass notice, which could lead to a second trespass notice, which could lead to criminal charges. I know it's a little maybe far-fetched, but maybe not if folks are shopping at places that they don't have access. They don't have access to go other places as well. So because of that, I won't be supporting this tonight, but I think it's, it's a step in the right direction.
Alderman O'Brien.
Thank you. I am going to support it, but I do share the aforementioned concerns. I too have strong concerns with a young lady, all 110 pounds of her, who is working as a clerk and trying to stop somebody coming into their business, and particularly a guy that's going after his second six-pack of the evening, and telling him he's got to wear a mask where he isn't. So I see we have Chief Carignan here, and I think to allay, I would like to hear NPD's opinion at this particular time on what they intend to do in those particular type of situations to help out the shop owners who will be, basically putting them in the front lines with this. So with your indulgence, Madam President.
Chief, you care to weigh in?
Sure. Thank you very much. I've been listening to this argument for quite a while now, and I respect each of the sides. Alderwoman Schmidt, I will say that the scenario you painted happens frequently. I was at Whole Foods this weekend, and I saw a 16, 17-year-old girl try to tell a person that the store policy was to have a mask. He walked right by her and told her he wasn't putting a mask on. She had to struggle to go get a manager. So it's really difficult to put them in that situation. I will say, without the legislation that puts the accountability on the businesses, it makes our job very, very difficult to enforce it. So I think with the legislation, it would allow us to be able to go into a store and say, hey, tell them they're not allowed to be in the store without a mask. And if you do that and they continue to come to the store, call us, we'll come and enforce it. There's no expectation that any 16-year-old or 17-year-old or any store employee has the responsibility to enforce that mask ordinance. They should call us. That's what we're there for. If there comes a time when the call volume is so high that we can't get there in time, well, that's part of prioritization that we do all the time. So we would make every effort to go and enforce it and support those businesses. We're not looking to penalize businesses, but I will say that we've had a couple that we get repeat constant calls on. There are at least 3 businesses that we were talking about today that it's just always ongoing, and they don't care. They're in complete defiance of the mask ordinance. So we need the legislation to help us support enforcement, to put the responsibility on the businesses, but at the same time, we don't want the businesses to have to suffer on the enforcement issue. And I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Anyone else? Alderman Lopez.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind everybody that we were all 16 once, and personally, I worked more than my fair share at a grocery store. I'm more worried about Thanksgiving rush when people are trying to get their food, and we have to, as 16-year-olds, figure out how to get people through, get them in, manage the line. 16-year-olds do handle interaction with adults, and when they can't, then they go for another adult. This isn't going to create any kind of new dynamics where now a 16-year-old girl has to shield the door or anything like that. If anything, it just gives her a reason to contact the police, and it's fully understood that she's not doing it because she is a busybody, which is the popular mythos that's kind of being perpetuated locally. She's doing it because it's a law, and she's trying to uphold the law, and she's as responsible as anyone else. I think there's plenty of 16-year-olds that'll probably outmass an adult, however many six-packs he's been drinking, but they're not necessarily going to start a fight every time either. It's if the manager of that store is responsible for managing that property, typically they'll put somebody in a role that they can handle. Otherwise, they have to bear the consequences. And I don't think this is going to be any different.
Alderman Clee.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to kind of reiterate something that the chief had mentioned. I had contacted him, I think about a week or so ago, about complaints that I was getting about a couple of different businesses, and in particular that I'd gotten a number of calls for. And this particular business had said they don't need to because they're doing something else within their store that will, mitigate any kind of a virus. And while I do believe that they really felt that way, that's not what our health department was saying. when I spoke to Chief Kerrigan, that was one of the things he asked me, have you guys passed this yet? And I said, nope, it's still waiting to come to the board. And he said the same thing that he's just said here. We need this in order to be able to do our jobs and work efficiently and so on. And I don't think that they're going to get an inordinate amount of calls. Maybe they will. Maybe people are going to try to challenge it. I don't think that's going to happen. But I never say never. I think it's important. I do understand what businesses feel like they're going through, but the majority of the businesses that I spoke to want this. They want this strength so they don't have to be the bad guy because they want to protect their employees. They want to protect themselves and they want to protect their customers. There are a few that just say, no, I don't want this. And I should be able to make up my own mind. But I think we do need to pass this and try to work out some of the glitches as they come by.
Chief?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President, and sorry, Alderman Clemens. I just want to state that we're not looking like when the original ordinance was passed. We're not looking to run into businesses and start issuing every business owner summonses. We get that this is a struggle for everybody. We get that it's tough. But when we have a business that we've gotten a complaint about 3, 4, 5 times, it would be nice to have some teeth to be able to go in and say, hey, we've warned you, we've told you, we've asked you. It's now you have to start following the rules. So we're certainly about the education for the business owners as well as the customers, but without the enforcement component, we really have no legs to stand on.
Alderman Clemens.
Thank you. This is central to, so this is my question, and I'm glad the chief is here. This has been one of my concerns, my major concerns with this legislation and the way that it is currently written. The way, so if we have businesses, and we'll say businesses that are not in compliance, or we keep getting complaints and everything. Let's suppose the police, we pass this ordinance and you go down and you talk to the business owner, give them a warning, and then the next, it continues to happen even after we pass this ordinance. My question is, who is getting the $1,000 fine, or who is going to court? Is it the owner of the business? Is it the manager? Is it the kid at the door? Who is going to court?
Oh, remember something, Alderman Clemens. It's not necessarily $1,000 summons. What happens is we go in and we give the person in charge, which would be the manager. If the business owner is there, would give it to the owner. We give them a summons, and they have to appear in court and answer to a judge. The police department doesn't issue a fine or give them a set fine. They would go into a judge for the violation. The judge would hear the facts and make a decision. The judge could say, okay, you have a $10 fine, you have a $100 fine, you have a $1,000 fine based on the violation and the history of offenses. So that's beyond our control. We're just going in and enforcing that with a summons. We would give it to the person in charge at the time. So if it happens to be the manager is the senior most person, he would get it. The business owner is ultimately responsible for that fine. And Attorney Bolton could correct me if I'm wrong, but the business owner is responsible for any penalties assessed. But it's not necessarily $1,000 fine. It's a summons to appear in court for the violation of the law, and the judge will hear the facts.
Right. No, and I understand that. I guess here's my concern. And I hope that you have the discretion to further investigate, and I think you would. But my question is this: is if you go there and one night you talk to the owner, let's say, and the owner says, "Nope, I'm not gonna, whatever," right? And even though you've warned them, and you go again, and when you go because you get a complaint again, there's a manager there. And the manager says to you, well, look, chief, the reason is because I'm going to lose my job because, the owner told me, don't enforce the mask ordinance. Who gets the fine?
So you need to think of it in terms of serving alcohol to minors. If let's say Alderman Laws is working in Panucci's and he's serving alcohol to minors, he is, it's just as he's accountable, but the business is ultimately responsible for that penalty, and they could lose their liquor license based on the liquor commission. So it's there's, I mean, a couple of different levels there. That's probably a little bit of an extreme example because he could also be summoned, but the business is ultimately responsible with the loss of that liquor license. And that's where the business owners, if they have some accountability and they have some penalties that could be assessed to them, are just going to say, hey, put a mask on. Not our policy, but the police require it. I can't lose my license. People get that. And we're the bad guys all the time. And I'm happy to be the bad guy to enforce the legislation if it's passed.
Okay, I understand that, I guess, to a degree. Is it, I guess I'm going to ask Attorney Bolton, is that true that the business owner would ultimately be responsible for the fine?
Well, to use the chief's example, if Brandon serves an underage person, Brandon is responsible for that. He can pay a fine. The owner may also be subject to loss of the liquor license. It's not necessarily one or the other. I
I'm talking about
believe.
the mask ordinance.
May I continue?
Yes.
If you read section 16, it defines business and it defines owner, and it's very expansive. In section 11, it makes the business and the employee potential defendants because it says no business and no employee of any business shall provide goods or services, etc. So if you've got a situation where the owner is ordering the employees to break the law, all of them could be cited. I think what would happen if that were the case is the police would use their discretion and whatever action was taken would be taken against the owner. Now, if the owner, as far as we can determine, as far as the police can determine, is telling his employees, enforce the mask order, or not enforce, but follow it, obey it, make sure the customers who come in are adhering to it. The owner is saying that to the employee, and some employee takes it upon himself to ignore the ordinance. And it becomes known that, hey, if you go in there on Thursday afternoon, Joe is working, he doesn't care about the mask ordinance. Well, perhaps if there are enough complaints by people, police will take a look at Joe, and if he's the only miscreant, he's the one that will be summoned. But there's a lot of discretion built in to this, and just for that purpose, so that the appropriate person can be the one who is summoned to court.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. I appreciate that.
Alderwoman Kelly.
Thank you. I've taken notes and changed my notes and trying to keep up with the conversation here. I think it's been very productive. I want to make the point that we have our police chief here and he's asking us just simply to allow for some mechanism of enforcement. He's also telling us that he's going to use fair judgment when he engages with our community, whether it's issuing warnings, working with those people. And we know that that's how our police department generally operates. So I hear people's concerns here, but I also know that this is a public health issue, something that we have heard from our experts over and over again. And while I am frustrated that it has become so polarizing for people, I don't think that's a reason to not pass this. If we use that mechanism, we would look at and not make it. We don't make laws based on the possible misconduct of people who refuse to follow them. And as a city that was a border town, we were leaders on this. There are other cities that are now considering doing this because of the success we've had, and I think we need to continue being a leader on this.
Anyone else? Alderman Laws.
I kind of want to echo what Alderwoman Kelly just said. I mean, if we're doing this because our medical experts are telling us that wearing a face mask will help curb the spread of this disease. And here we have our local law enforcement expert telling us that he needs us to help him pass this ordinance so he can ensure that he can keep the public safe. It's the same thing. First of all. Second of all, I never serve minors. I think that's important. Put that out there.
I do want to concur. I do want to concur. He is very, very good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Coal miners.
Third, I think that we need to consider that. I mean, I understand the concerns for the safety of the 16-year-old who has to confront somebody, but I think we also need to consider that by passing this ordinance and giving it teeth for the police to enforce, we're also protecting that 16-year-old from potentially getting COVID and bringing it home to her grandparents and killing them. You know, like it works both ways. And I feel like the alternative, you know, $1,000 fine for businesses that refuse to adhere to this ordinance. I mean, they deserve that. We live in a society of laws. You know, if you don't want to follow the laws, you pay $1,000 fine. I don't think that politicizing this and thinking that you know, whatever you think about settled science, I don't think that that trumps the right of people to live healthy, safe lives. People who go to work and have no other option should be able to go to work and not have to worry about getting COVID because someone doesn't want to wear a mask. That's it.
Okay. Alderman Clemmons?
Thank you. I appreciate the fact that the chief came and clarified some things for me. I know that when this passes, that it will be enforced fairly, and I appreciate that. With all of that said, I can't support it because I feel that the fine is too expensive, as I was concerned with that when we first passed this. And secondly, I won't support it because I don't think it's appropriate to ask somebody for a doctor's note. That's just my personal opinion, and I can't support that for those two reasons. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Motion is for final passage of ordinance 2029 as amended. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien,
Yes.
Alderman Clee,
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly,
Yes.
Alderman Dowd,
Yes.
Alderman Karen,
Yes.
Alderman Clemmons,
No.
Alderman Lopez,
Yes.
Alderman Tenza,
No.
Alderwoman Lou,
Yes.
Alderman Jettie,
Yes.
Alderman Schmidt,
Yes.
Alderman Laws,
Yes.
Alderman Cleaver,
Yes.
Alderman Harriet Gathright,
Yes.
Alderman Wiltshire.
Yes.
You have 13 yeas and 2 nays.
And that motion carries. Ordinance 20-29 is declared duly adopted as amended. New business resolutions.
First reading of Resolution R 2074 relative to the acceptance and appropriation of $821,500 from the U.S. Department of Transportation, Federal Transit Administration into Transit Grant Activity, Buses and Bus Facilities Grant Program.
Additional sponsors?
Alderman Karen?
Alderman Karen, Alderwoman Kelly, Alderman Lopez, Alderman O'Brien, Alderman Laws, Alderman Dowd, Alderman Schmidt, Alderman Clee, Alderman Cleaver, Alderman Harriet Gathright, and myself. Given its first reading, I'll assign that to the Human Affairs Committee.
First reading of Resolution R 2075 relative to the acceptance and appropriation of an additional $7,060.53 from the State of New Hampshire Department of Transportation into DPW grant activity, Safe Routes to School, Charlotte Avenue.
Additional sponsors, Alderman Clee.
Alderman Karen?
Alderman Karen.
Thank you.
Harriet Gathright, Alderman Cleaver, Alderman Lopez, Alderwoman Kelly, Alderman O'Brien, Alderman Dowd, Alderman Laws, and myself. Alderman Schmidt, I got you in there. Given its first reading, I'll assign that to the Human Affairs Committee.
Resolution R 2076, authorizing an energy performance contract and lease financing arrangement.
Additional sponsors: Alderwoman Kelly,
Ready.
Alderman Lee, Alderman Cleaver, Alderman Lopez, Alderman O'Brien, Alderman Harriet Gathright, and myself. Given its first reading, I'll send that to the Budget Review Committee, Finance Committee, and schedule a special Board of Aldermen meeting on Tuesday, October 6th at 2020 at 7 p.m.
First reading of Resolution R 2077, renaming Columbus Day as Indigenous People Day in Nashua.
Additional sponsors: Alderman Schmidt, Alderman Cleaver, Alderman Clemens, Alderman Laws, Alderman Harriet Gathright. And everybody? Given its first reading, I'll assign that to the Personnel Administrative Affairs Committee. New business ordinances.
First reading of ordinance O 2031, prohibiting dogs in fenced-in tot lots.
Additional sponsors: Alderman Clemens, Alderman Laws, Alderman Lou. Given its first reading, I'll assign that to the Personnel Administrative Affairs Committee.
Madam President,
Alderman Lopez.
could we also refer that to the Animal Park Advisory Board?
Yes, we could do that, Alderman Lopez. Thank you.
First reading of ordinance O 2032, reducing the fine for overnight parking violations.
Additional sponsors: Alderman Lopez, Alderman Schmidt, Alderman Cleaver, Alderwoman Kelly, Alderman Lou. Given its first reading, I will assign that to the Personnel and Administrative Affairs Committee. Period for public comment.
Yes.
Laura Capone.
The Ortolano.
Ms. Ortolano, please.
Hi. I wanted to just provide a little clarification to some comments made regarding the right to know position. I think the city and the legal office in particular has created a very expensive process for what's happened here. Any general request, certainly from me, that isn't even a right to know, was sent to legal. And for quite some time, they were responding to general inquiries with denials because they didn't constitute right to know questions, which I was aware of. I wrote a number of memos, really frustrated to stop the lunacy, and asked them to stop doing that because I didn't know. If I asked for a phone number and I gave you that example, it went up to legal to be responded to. I just found that ludicrous. I can tell you, I emailed the newspapers and I asked them what their process is. And I got a response back from a paper, a reporter who told me in 10 years, they've only had to file like 5 right to knows. They go right to the city division and ask for anything they want. And they use Carrie Miller if they need direction through the mayor's office on where to go. And that it works beautifully, requires no written communications or instructions. And if the press can get information that easily, so should the public. I also think the city has practiced very aggressively, the legal office, malicious compliance. Unlike any other government group I've seen, they will not communicate with the public to clarify a request. So Ms. Colhoun got on and told you how she asked for open permits. Apparently they couldn't search for just open. That would have been like compiling, but they didn't communicate that to her. And they sent her 31,000 records, which she would not have taken. But there was no option to say no, and somebody worked on that. Just to let you know, I've sent you all the letter from Attorney Lehman regarding the transcript. We never asked for the transcript. He asked for the audio-video recordings, period. We got a response back within 6 days from Celia Leonard saying that they were going to transcribe them. And that was fine. That was on June 8th. We really believed that within a month we'd have those. It's almost 4 months now, and we still don't have that information. And if I knew it was going to take them that long or be too expensive, I would have paid for it and found the transcriber. It has taken the city almost 3 months to find a transcriber. I'm not certain why it took so long, but I can tell you my husband, through his business, accesses these people like nothing, and they're not expensive services anymore. So I would have moved that along to help, but the option wasn't there for us. Also, I think the biggest problem happened when you promoted somebody into the assessing office as the manager who had no understanding of right to know or what public information was down there. That is probably your biggest issue here and what caused all the problems. As far as all of the pages requested, I can tell you that the city produced for discovery 15,000 documents that I've requested since they've been collecting them. And they sent them to my attorney and I went through and cataloged them. At least 12,000 were not requested by me. So when I put in a right to know and asked for emails, they sent me an extra 500 emails that weren't within the date range I wanted and redacted them. I didn't want them. I didn't ask for that range. They sent me 3,500 pages of the KRT new assessment data. I didn't ask for that. I just asked that it be put online, and the city put it online. But they sent me the 3,500 pages. They sent me manuals I didn't want. You know, it comes out to 3/4 of the information I didn't ask them for. They gave it to me. And when I hear Manuela say that she has spent 1,100 hours working or 1,000 hours, two weeks a month, well, you know, that's a lot of scanning and working and potentially redacting that I didn't ask for. So, you know, I can go to the DRA, put a request in, have the attorney call me, have a worker call me, ask for clarification, handle it, and be done. It's really simple. That process doesn't exist for some of us in the city. And if you start redacting documents like you're doing in assessing, you're going to need more than one person because your permit department has a lot of data on it, phone numbers and emails. And everyone is down there accessing it publicly, and they're not being slowed down from doing it. It's the assessing data that's being raced up to legal.
Ms.
But right now,
Orlando, can you wrap it up, please?
Yep, I'm extraordinarily disappointed in the mayor. He does not take responsibility, and he shifts the blame totally on the public. I've been wronged by this city. I think Attorney Bolton runs a pretty unethical office. And I have certainly seen my costs run up legally because of what's gone on in there. Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the public that would like to give
Laura
comment?
Cohn.
Hello?
Can I speak?
Mr. T-Boom?
Yes, I'm
Yes.
the one.
Yes.
I'm very brief because you've been there over 4 hours. First of all, on R20-064, where you approved $100,000 for a records management position on the right to know question. First of all, I suspect that Ms. Ortolano stopped asking for a right to know law request. That number 1,100 hours, I think, and hundreds of thousands of documents, I think, will drastically reduce. So I suggest that $100,000 not be spent on the position of a permanent employee. They sort of imply with the fringe benefits of 27,000, but that the 100,000 be spent on a contract. So when a request for all of these so-called right to know law requests, which are in dispute, obviously, and it reduces down to a small number like I was used to when I was in Alderman, that you can eliminate this position without difficulty. So I recommend you make this into a contract position. The other thing I wanted to mention very briefly was on the issue of the fund balance. There are some very simple changes to be made to that ordinance 5/135. Rather than spend the time now, I will send a letter to the board. We're making some very simple changes that basically spells out exactly what the city is doing now. I'm not at all opposed to what the city does now. I just think it ought to be very clear. And every year this question comes up, and obviously it's very unclear. And for CFO Griffin to say, well, I've done this since I got hired, that's not adequate. Just because he's done it that way, it violates the law, it still violates the law. But you can change the law, and I will suggest to make the change. Final comment, I must congratulate Mayor Donches, because one thing about the Zoom meetings, you can look at the library, the bookshelves behind someone talking. I can see him in case of my menu bookshelf. And I noticed that he has a 3-volume, 3 volumes on Winston Churchill called The Young Lion. And I must admire that, because if he's read those 3 volumes, then he and I agree on the greatest statesman of the entire last century. Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment this evening?
Laura Cahoon.
Okay, you're up.
I'm making a comment on R20076.
Can you give us your address for the record, please?
It's Laura Cahoon at 30 Greenwood Drive.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. I'm calling about the energy performance contract. This contract, I think people really need to start thinking, because it calls for $6,700,000. Over 20 years, it's going to cost Nashua $9,100,000. At this point, with the economic crisis that we're going into, I don't feel that Nashua has that kind of money to lay out right now. Also, on renaming Columbus Day, it would be a total insult to every resident if this was not put on a ballot so that people could vote for this. And just to assume that the Board of Assessors, Board of Aldermen is going to tell us what day it is ridiculous. This needs to go on a ballot. I thank you very much.
Okay, is there anyone else wishing to give public comment this evening?
Beth Scare on East Hobart Street.
Okay, Beth.
To address the mayor's comments concerning the right to know request, if Lori didn't keep finding big problems with the assessing department, she wouldn't keep filing right to know requests. I mean, the mayor went on as if the right to know requests were all frivolous and not leading anywhere. But Lori has found many problems. She keeps finding problems. I'm delighted that she keeps doing it, because I'm a homeowner here in Nashua, and I want my assessment to be fair. And the mayor just sounds really upset that Lori's got the assessing department on a microscope. And you know, if he fixed things, if he cleaned the department up, if he got a good leader for it, you know, these problems wouldn't happen. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to give public comment? Seeing none. Remarks by members of the board. Alderman Lopez.
Yeah, I just wanted to address some of the comments that were made at the initial public comment regarding some things that I said before the meeting started. I apologize if somebody's feelings were hurt by my expressing my opinion, but I do have the right to express it. I received a picture which I found amusing from a constituent asking why there was a mask ordinance when City Hall was closed due to COVID-19. And the picture had like 3 people in it, and 2 of them didn't actually have posters. They had pieces of cardboard they'd written on. It didn't look like the most organized mask demonstration I've ever seen. So I found it amusing. After our first mask ordinance, the real one that we passed initially, there was a much larger, more organized presentation. And I attended that because I wanted to see what people had to say. I wanted to spread information about what our ordinance actually was. And I talked to a lot of the people there. And I respect their right to free speech. And I respect the concerns that they had about, you know, this intrusive new idea of having to wear a mask and all that, because it was very early on in the pandemic and we were just reopening. So I felt some explanation was in order. 6 months in and 200,000 people dead, 20 of them from Nashua alone, if not more, and our mayor just getting over COVID-19. I don't have those feelings anymore. I don't have I respect somebody's right to free speech. And I understand that the First Amendment says we will make no law to infringe upon it, but that doesn't mean I respect the opinion behind it. I think at this point, fighting masks and protesting is not time well spent, and it's frankly a little bit embarrassing. So maybe if it was a bigger, more impressive event, I might have felt differently, because sometimes appearances are everything. Maybe if you just gotten a better leader to organize it, then I would feel differently. But I really think that what it comes down to is somebody overheard me speaking in my free speech moment and felt that their free speech overrides mine. If during a meeting I'm disrespectful, I appreciate the opportunity to be called out. So I do want to apologize to Alderman Clemmons if he feels like I was threatening him in a previous meeting. I was intending to jokingly suggest that people could use his name for police reports, and I would like to clarify to the public that is not a serious suggestion. If you're making a call to the police, they're going to need to know your information so they can follow up with you. I don't believe Alderman Clemmons was actually feeling threatened by that. I trust that a legislator of his experience would have immediately called me out on it. But I do want to apologize if in my formal role as Alderman, I did overstep a little bit.
No apology needed, Tom. I understood the humor and it was fine.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
So, I do apologize to people whose feelings might be hurt, that their feelings are hurt, but I have my opinions too.
Okay, Alderman Schmidt.
Thank you. DPW has been able to install a three-way stop at Sharon and Pine Hill Road. And I stood down there for 45 minutes at peak drive time, and everybody knew what to do. It was amazing. So thank you, everybody who made it possible. And thank you for everybody who understands how a three-way stop works. That's it. Thank you.
Alderman Dowd.
Yes. I'm going to start by saying I've been through that a few times now, and I think it's fine. I was a little curious at first, but it works okay. And more good news is that the Safe Routes program for Charlotte Avenue is underway. The equipment has been put in place. The poles have been moved. We're having, and the actual physical work is starting on Monday, and it will be completed by the end of October. You'll see a number of changes in the location of the sidewalk, the narrowing of the traffic pattern when you get near the school, the new crosswalk, the speed indicators. So it's 5 years in the coming, and it seems to be going exceedingly well at this point. So just wanted to bring that up.
Okay, anyone else? Not seeing anyone. Okay. Committee announcements. Alderman O'Brien.
Yes, tomorrow night there'll be a meeting of infrastructure, although we don't have any legislation on the docket. Tim Cummins, Director Cummings has contacted me, and I think this is a good opportunity. If you have any questions on some of the barriers that will be looked at in the future for Main Street, Director Cummings will be discussing them at tomorrow's meeting. It'll be at 7 p.m. Thank you.
Alderman Dowd.
Yes, Thursday night joint special. And I put out an email to everybody on joint special. Elm Street is having an open house for the parents. 3 of our school board members of the joint special have students in that school. So I'm trying to get the meeting moved to 8:30. If I don't hear from anybody, I'm going to assume you can make it. I would rather hear from you that you can make it or can't make it. But we have to change it tomorrow. So Donna's going to be putting something out, either that or Sharon, one of the two. But to formally change the Zoom meeting, we're just changing the time. That's all, to 8:30 PM.
I can make it, Alderman Dowd.
Good.
Okay, anyone else? Committee announcements? None? Alderman O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam President. After 5.5 hours, I'd like to make the motion that the September 22nd, 2020 meeting of the Board of Aldermen be adjourned by roll call.
The motion is to adjourn. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Alderman O'Brien,
Yes.
Alderman Clee,
Yes.
Alderwoman Kelly,
Yes.
Alderman Dowd,
Yes.
Alderman Karen,
Yeah.
Alderman Clemmons,
Yes.
Alderman Lopez,
Yes.
Alderman Tenza,
Yes.
Alderwoman Lou,
Yes.
Alderman Jettie,
Yes.
Alderman Schmidt,
At 5 minutes before midnight, yes.
Alderman Laws,
Yes.
Alderman Cleaver,
Yes.
Alderman Harriet Gathright,
Yes.
Alderman Wiltshire.
Yes.
You got 15 yeas and 0 nays.
And we are adjourned at 11:55 p.m. Thank you so much, everyone. It was a good, productive night. Appreciate your
Good night,
patience.
everyone.
Okay.